Chapter 159. Before dawn, the stars were hidden and the moonlight was gone. The sky was like the bottom of a pot that had been burning for 100 years. It was dark and heavy, making it hard for people to breathe. Well, at least Warlord Yuan Kai was so nervous that he could barely breathe. He was about to do something that would affect Yuan Kai's future. Break out of the encirclement before dawn. He couldn't wait any longer. Even a commander like him was so hungry that his stomach was growling. How could the ordinary soldiers have it easy? Besides, they didn't dare to kill horses and roast meat. It was late at night. Would they light a bonfire and become targets? There were dragons in the sky. Dragons could throw bombs. If they really waited until tomorrow morning, not to mention whether the woman would attack them or not, there was an 80% chance that the 1,000 or so mercenaries in the group would defect and become enemies. Faced with such a desperate situation, Grazadin could only try his best. He would break out of the encirclement as many as he could. At least he wouldn't be completely wiped out. He, Warlord Yuan Kai, couldn't lead an army that was completely wiped out every time, right? In order to persuade the prince in ragged clothes and the other mercenary groups to fight with him, Grazadin promised that he would lead the charge with the yellow silk cloak. The mercenaries only needed to follow behind the main group. In a way, Grazadin saved this group because just 2 hours ago, red-haired Lila secretly met with Danzo. Lila told Danzo that since the wind-blowing group wasn't stained with the blood of the Northern Expedition Liberation Army, the previous agreement was still valid. If the wind-blowing group was willing to backstab the Gith people in the morning tomorrow, the Dragon Queen would allow them to take away the commission they received from Yuan Kai. Of course, if the wind-blowing group resisted stubbornly and was completely wiped out, the Mother of Dragons wouldn't have any obligation to fulfill the agreement. Under such coercion, Danzo and the prince in ragged clothes felt aggrieved, but in order to not be wiped out, they could only listen to Danny's orders. Not long after, Zidane and the leaders of a few small mercenary groups also found the prince in ragged clothes. They said bluntly, "In order to survive, we have to give Yuan Kai to the Mother of Dragons as a gift package. We'll raise the flag tomorrow morning." Danny looked down on those small mercenary groups and didn't send anyone to contact them at all. Zidane and the others were completely following the tradition of mercenaries that everyone knew. Looking at Zidane's newly sewn flag of the Imperial Guards, the black dragon flag with a red background, the prince in rags had a blank expression, but he heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart. "I was just about to look for you, but you came here on your own. You came at the right time. I don't need to be tainted with the stigma of betraying my employer." Brother Zidane took the initiative to take the blame. In other words, if Grazadin did not break out of the encirclement and take the initiative to take on the role of cannon fodder, he would most likely be wiped out in the battle tomorrow morning. The process of breaking out of the encirclement was much easier than Grazadin had expected. Only about 300 cavalrymen died, and they managed to break through the defensive circle of the trench. "By the grace of the gods, we have found the weakest point," Grazadin shouted in high spirits as the night wind blew across his face and the sky to the east turned indigo. He did not suspect any trickery, because the encirclement was 2 kilometers wide and 3 kilometers long. Even if the enemy had 60,000 men, it was impossible for every place to be filled with soldiers. In other words, both sides knew that the encirclement had more than one weak point. If it was during the day, even if the Guy's cavalrymen managed to reach the weak point, before they could break out of the defensive trench, a large number of mobile cavalrymen would immediately rush over and turn the weak point into a death meat grinder. But at night, rumble. A large number of cavalrymen did indeed catch up, but it was too late. "I didn't expect that we would really break out of the encirclement. After the Mother of Dragons received our promise, she was much less vigilant." Danzo's expression was complicated. He did not know if he should be happy or upset. Grazadin may have lost many battles, but he lived up to his name as the god of war. He must have noticed that something was wrong with the mercenaries, and he also keenly noticed that the Mother of Dragons' troops were a little lax before dawn. His accurate grasp of the situation of both sides allowed him to find the opportunity to win. His repeated defeats were not because he was too stupid. He did not even make a small mistake. The key was that the woman's tactics were too imaginative. The prince in rags sighed. The dragon queen still has a dragon. A dragon can throw kerosene bombs. It's even more terrifying than the legendary devil dragon that burns cities, Kago muttered loudly. Danzo looked around and saw mercenaries galloping on horses nearby. He asked, "Then what do we do now?" "The mother of dragons who signed the contract with us is a real person. She also recognizes the contract." The prince in rags hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "Let's go back to Yuankai first. We have come all the way from the land of strife to the west. We have also seen the evaluation of the mother of dragons by the major cities. She is almost the enemy of the entire world. Without the cheap slave workers, the cost of the great voyage trade would increase by almost 5 times. For some slave merchants, it would even increase by 10 times. How much of a conflict of interest is there? Many sea merchants would like to take out half of their property to join the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance. Perhaps in a few days, there will be ships transporting tens of thousands of troops to Yuankai. Nay. When the indigo night sky in the east was dyed with a few streaks of dark red, Grazidon, who was at the front, finally arrived at the city gate. "Who are you?" The torches on the city gate tower shone brightly. A familiar shout came from above. "Is that General Hire?" "It's me." Grazidon let out a sigh of relief. Judging from the voice, the person shouting on the city gate was the gate commander he had personally arranged before the army left. Whoosh! A torch was thrown down the city wall. The voice said excitedly, "Lord Grazidon. It's really you. Did a messenger report that you were trapped in?" Grazidon interrupted him. "I found an opening in the enemy and led the army to break out." "Hire, hurry up and open the gate. Let the soldiers go in first. There are still pursuers behind us." Oh. Hire nodded. He turned around and shouted, "Open the gate. Inform His Excellency the virtuous sage that His Excellency Grazidon has returned. Our Yuankai Empire has regained its backbone." "Hee, this kid must have been scared out of his wits yesterday afternoon," Grazidon said to a virtuous lord beside him with a smile. This virtuous lord named Ozil was like Grazidon. He had a dark and thin face, a muscular body, and long limbs. He was a rare virtuous lord general in Yuankai. That was why Grazidon chose him as his deputy. "You're not wrong. You're the backbone of Yuankai," Ozil said respectfully. Creak. The city gate opened. A few people wearing yellow silk cloaks were setting up torches on the stone walls. Grazidon stood on the saddle and looked behind. He said to his deputy without turning around, "Ozil, bring the men in first." "You're worried about the mercenaries?" Ozil asked in surprise. Why else would I risk breaking out in the middle of the night? There are 3 types of people in this world that you can't trust: the bed slaves that Yuankai trained, the mercenaries that roam the world, and the Westeros politicians," Grazidon said disdainfully. "Why are there Westeros? The mother of dragons is cunning, but she's not a liar." The deputy was confused. "I'm not talking about her. That Tywin Lannister and—" "Ouch, don't fight, don't rush." As soon as the city gate opened, the cavalry rushed into the city like sheep being chased by a dragon. One of them was so anxious that he bumped into Grazidon's horse, almost knocking the virtuous lord off his saddle. "Go in and maintain order," Grazidon yelled at his deputy. "Mercenaries," Grazidon pointed at the thick dragon-slaying crossbows that poked out from the murderous hole above. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, there are countless crossbows near the city gate. The Megalosaurus won't dare to cause trouble here. Then I'll go to the Great Pyramid first. Sigh, I have to figure out why we lost so inexplicably this time. How many soldiers does that woman have?" Ozil muttered as he followed the cavalry into the city gate. After exiting the city gate, the deputy saw the cavalry gathering at the square below the Great Pyramid. He shouted at the guards above, "Why don't you go back to the cavalry camp? Why are you going to the square?" "The virtuous lord wants to reward the soldiers and boost their morale," Hire said helplessly from above the tower. "Sigh, the virtuous lord has put in a lot of effort. With a spiritual leader like the virtuous lord and a backbone like the god of war, there's no need to worry about the dragon calamity not being quelled." Ozil sighed. Soon, more than 4,000 guys' cavalry entered the city gate, and the mercenaries behind them followed suit. "What are you looking at, virtuous lord?" the prince in ragged clothes asked Grazidan, who was standing on his tiptoes. "I'm afraid someone will fall behind," Grazidan said coldly. The prince in ragged clothes was so angry that he laughed. Hey, something's wrong." Danzo suddenly pulled his commander and said with a serious expression, "Prince, smell it." "Smell what?" The prince in ragged clothes was confused. "There's a burning smell in the air." Danzo's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the city gate. He felt as if a monster was about to attack him with its mouth wide open. Burning. The prince in ragged clothes smelled the burning smell in the sea breeze, and his expression changed. He was a veteran general who had been through many battles, and he immediately felt a great sense of fear. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, the prince in ragged clothes pulled the reins and urged his horse to gallop toward the east. The soldiers on the city wall had been watching the movements of the people below. When they saw the situation, they immediately shouted, "Shoot!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the dragon-slaying crossbows that were originally pointing at the sky immediately changed direction and fired wildly at the city gate. At the same time, a row of archers suddenly appeared on the city wall and shot a dense rain of arrows at the people below. Ah! With just one wave of attack, a large number of mercenaries gathered outside the city gate fell. "Help, I don't want to die. Ah, we've been betrayed by the guys, damn slave traders. I surrender, don't kill me." There were also some members of the wind-blowing mercenary group who knew the inside story and shouted, "Ah, our plan to surrender to the Mother of Dragons has been discovered by the guys. Run, Mother of Dragons, help." The mercenaries could not be blamed for being ignorant. In fact, this kind of thing had never happened in the Ursos continent. "Dismount, kneel, surrender." After 2 waves of attack, the guards on the wall stopped attacking and shouted in unison, "Dismount, kneel, surrender." Such shouts also sounded around the city square. As torches suddenly lit up, the guys' soldiers who were sitting on the saddle waiting for the virtuous lord's reward suddenly found that the square was filled with dragon-slaying crossbows. On the streets, on the roofs, and even on the stone steps on the first floor of the Great Pyramid, rows of steel crossbows glowed coldly under the torches. Hiss! A dragon's roar came from above, and the guys' cavalry who originally had a little hope completely lost all hope. It was not a misunderstanding, nor was it a coup by a virtuous lord, but Yuan Kai had fallen into the hands of the Mother of Dragons. Surrender and you'll be spared. Chapter 160. The sky in the east was red. The guys' cavalry could vaguely make out the true dragon flags behind the ballistae. Red flags, white flags, and blue flags fluttered in the breeze from the sea. It told everyone clearly that they were once again surrounded by the Mother of Dragons guards. On the balcony of a 4-story tower next to the square, Danny held up her metal horn and shouted, "I am the conqueror of Slavers Bay. Soldiers of Yuan Kai, the war is over. Lay down your weapons and surrender to be spared." Ozil looked around and found that he had the highest status. Without hesitation, he rode forward and shouted from the bottom of the tower, "The great guy's people will never be conquered. Woman, the son of the harpy will never surrender to you. If you don't surrender, then die." Danny said coldly. "Ha ha ha, kill me if you have the guts." Ozil laughed. Whoosh! A 2-meter-long refined steel arrow shot through the air like a bolt of lightning and pierced through the armor on Ozil's chest. The arrow carried Ozil's body and flew for more than 17 meters, killing or injuring another 7 or 8 cavalrymen along the way. Blood splashed out, leaving a long trail on the square. Fuck. Fuck, that woman has guts. The first ray of red light from the east fell on Ozil's twisted face. I just wanted to surrender in a more dignified way. Is there a need to? After saying his last words, this General Yuan Kai's neck tilted and he breathed his last. The metal horn reflected the golden red light in the sun. Danny shouted at the guy's people below, who else? Thud, thud, thud. The cavalrymen near her shrank back together with their horses. Ready. She raised her hand, and the sound of bows and arrows being raised rang out. Don't shoot, I surrender. A mercenary threw down his sword, jumped off his horse, and knelt on the ground, crying. The guy's general next to him was furious. He pulled out his scimitar and was about to strike. What about me? We only have a total of 5,000 people. Not counting the archers and the dragons in the sky, the other side has more than 2,000 dragons shooting crossbows. How are we supposed to fight? The mercenary cried. The general was silent. He put down his scimitar. I surrender, I surrender. The mercenaries were the first to surrender. They only hesitated for a few breaths. The Gith cavalry also silently dropped their weapons and knelt down. Under the golden red sunlight, 52-57 Gith cavalry and mercenaries knelt on the ground. It's over, it's completely over. The great sage who was watching from the entrance of the Great Pyramid muttered to himself. The warm red sunlight shone on his body, but it couldn't hide the paleness of his cheeks, nor could it drive away the cold and despair that seeped into his spine. Sigh, we can't blame those children. Other than surrendering, what else can they do? The old virtuous master said helplessly. What's wrong with that idiot Grazadin? Half of Yuan Kai City has been burning for half a night. Can't they see it? Another young virtuous lord cursed loudly. Of course, he couldn't see it. Danny's front camp was 5 kilometers away from Yuan Kai. If they were on the plains, Grazadin might be able to see the burning red light at the dock, but the front camp was on the hills. Simply put, the front camp, the middle camp, and the back camp, 3 camps that stretched for 10 kilometers, the main camp was on the hills. It was common sense to build a camp on high ground. After the 20,000 Gith soldiers entered the ambush, the front camp was occupied by Danny's army. Before the Gith cavalry could retreat, Danny personally led people to block their retreat. As a result, more than 5,000 cavalry were stuck in the valley between 2 hills. To be honest, the front camp's hills were not high. It was only a gentle slope of 30 to 40 meters, but this slope could completely block the Gith cavalry's vision. Not to mention Grazadin, even the defenders on the hills of the middle camp did not see the fire in Yuan Kai City. Although Danny's brain was flexible, she was not Zhuge Liang. She did not expect this to happen. The camp was also chosen by the old general, Baristan. To be honest, she did not expect Grazadin to break out in the early morning. If Danny did not transfer the 40,000 troops to Yuan Kai City, he dared to break out. She dared to let the 5,000 cavalry not see the sun of the next day. The reason was very simple. In the night, when the Megalosaurus roared, the enemy's warhorses could not charge. The cavalry that lost their momentum was a training target for the spearmen. A series of coincidences led to the current situation. Of course, the virtuous masters who did not go to the battlefield did not know these things. They were all cursing the war god Yuan Kai loudly. While they were cursing, the old witch of Helkalin ran with her walking stick, shaking the 2 dried eggplants hanging low on her chest. As she ran, she howled, "Your Excellency, it's not good." The virtuous master, who was standing at the gate of the palace and watching the sunrise, seemed to be numb. He was stunned for a while before he turned around and asked, "Is there a slave revolt in the pyramid?" "No." "Oh, I don't know, sigh." The old witch slammed the hardwood walking stick in her hand and shouted, "The dragon egg was stolen." What? The virtuous master was stunned, then he showed an anxious look and said excitedly, "Which bastard dared to steal my dragon egg?" Because of the fear of slave rebellion, there was not a single slave on this floor of the palace. In the virtuous master's mind, if the dragon egg was stolen, it could only be Gisney. "It doesn't seem to be your guard. I was at the door, but I didn't see." The old witch was not sure. The drastic change in the square interrupted the sacrificial ceremony. Most of the virtuous masters and guards went out to check the situation, but the old witch was not interested in the life and death of the Gisney. She just took a look and went back to the sacrificial hall. When she came back, she found that the dragon egg was missing. "Virtuous master, there are traces of someone climbing through the skylight." Soon, a guard found something strange. In fact, the vent above the dragon egg was the first place to be checked. Just by looking, they found clear traces of crawling in the passage that was blackened by thick smoke. There was no need to think about it. A small man took advantage of the time when everyone was away and hooked the dragon egg through the skylight. The virtuous master was furious and shouted to the guards, "Search carefully." Suddenly, a guard rushed into the hall and shouted, "It's the mother of dragons." "What?" "Go out and see, outside the pyramid, the mother of dragons stole the dragon egg." Although the virtuous master and others did not understand, they did not slow down. Some rushed to the window, and some ran directly to the gate of the palace. Hiss! Under the golden morning sun, the black dragon flew towards the square in front of the Great Pyramid. A 7 or 8 meter long hemp rope was tied under his right claw. A little girl in gray clothes was holding the rope with her left hand and a golden stone egg in her right hand, floating in the air with the wind. "Damn it, damn it!" The guards shot arrows, but the arrows could not get close to the girl. "It's over. Even our last hope has been taken away." The virtuous master's legs went soft, and he fainted. Phew! The old witch breathed a long sigh of relief. She was a little grateful to the mother of dragons that she had never met before. The dragon egg was stolen. The virtuous master's whole family died except for his 13-year-old son. If he could not hatch a dragon in the end, that crazy guy would probably burn himself. It's not that I didn't work hard, and it's not that I didn't have enough power. Obviously, the virtuous master loved the child named Carragher the most, so. The old witch shrugged at the masters who were desperate and said helplessly, "It's too late to say anything now." "It's not too late." The virtuous master, who woke up faintly, struggled to get up and stared at the old witch with eyes full of death. "Sacrifice Carragher." But, the virtuous master and the old witch said in unison. The two looked at each other, and the old witch closed her mouth. The virtuous master said, "But you only have one blood descendant left, Carragher." The virtuous master sighed and said coldly, "In this way, Carragher will not be able to survive. I must have been crazy to leave him for last." "But the dragon egg was stolen," the old witch immediately said. "Let me ask you, is Lalo a god?" The virtuous master's eyes turned red as he stared at the witch. Although she was scared to death, the witch still shook her head and said, "He's not a god. He's a demon, a devil, a demon. It doesn't matter if he's a demon or a god. He has received so many offerings from me, and he must know what I want." "A few hundred meters is nothing to a demon god," the virtuous master roared. "I'm not sure." The witch could only say this to the madman who was on the verge of going crazy. "You better be sure, 100% sure." The virtuous master said with killing intent. "Damn it, it's not easy to earn 200,000 gold radiance coins." The witch sighed and said, "Virtuous master, you have to understand that the sacrificial ceremony has its own rules. Let alone a few hundred meters, as long as the runes and incantations are wrong, the ceremony will not be completed. Even if Shadow Demon Lalo responds to your prayers, the baby dragon will still fall into the hands of the Dragon Queen. Isn't this helping the enemy?" Do what I tell you, don't talk nonsense. The virtuous master roared crazily. The witch finally understood. In his despair, the only thing the virtuous master had left was to hatch the dragon. This was the only thing he could hope for, and it was the only thing he could do. All right. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, Sir Shackle led 10 cavalrymen and rushed over. Danny was smashing the dragon egg. For some reason, the fake dragon egg that had been hatched once really contained, how to put it, a purple-black mass of spiritual substance. It was evil and vicious, and it was unknown what kind of monster it could hatch, or if it was just spiritual substance. If not for the fact that Danny could see through the spiritual substance, she would have thought that the witch's sacrifice had no effect on the fake egg. It seemed that the sacrifice of Lalo could really get a response. Danny did not dare to absorb the spiritual substance of unknown origin. She was also afraid that it would really hatch into a demon. After hesitating for a while, she decided to smash the stone egg. The butcher took a total of 500 cavalrymen from Astapor. Yesterday afternoon, when he was 80 kilometers away from Yuan-Kai City, he received a message from Danny. 2 things. First, cooperate with the Centaur Rangers to clean up the remaining soldiers that escaped from the south of Yuan-Kai City. Second, come to Yuan-Kai City as soon as possible to help her destroy the pyramids. After defeating Yuan-Kai City, go to Myrene and continue the fight. Well, Myrene had the most pyramids. Except for the Great Pyramid that was controlled by Danny, most of them were surrounded by the new freedmen. After all, there were only 3,000 elites, and it was difficult to maintain order in the city. Sir Butcher handed the 490 soldiers under him to Go, while he rushed towards Yuan-Kai on his light horse. The queen needs me, he said to Go. Danny did need him. She was a just and benevolent queen. Attacking the pyramids often led to the destruction of the great slave owners. Although they deserved it, it was not good to do it, and their reputation was bad. It was better to let Sir Shackle work for the queen. After this wave, Danny would promote him to the Earl of Shackle. Receiving the hint in the queen's words, Sir Butcher patted his chest and promised, Your Majesty, you can rest assured that you will be able to live in the Great Pyramid tonight. Then, Danny posted a notice to all the citizens and merchants of Yuan-Kai City that Sir Shackle would temporarily take over the position of the Master of Yuan-Kai City, and she would ride the dragon back to Myrene to continue liberating the slaves. Outside the city of Myrene, there were still manors with a radius of hundreds of kilometers that had not been conquered. Chapter 161. After Sir Butcher took office, the first thing he did was to check the household register of the guards of the Great Pyramid. The yellow silk cloaks guarding the pyramid all came from Yuan-Kai. They had families and businesses, old and young. They had recently joined the army because of the great sage's extreme recruitment. Through the household register of Yuan-Kai, Sir Butcher easily found most of the guards' families and then took them to the square of the Great Pyramid. He first shouted for the soldiers to come out and surrender. If the yellow silk cloak in the tower refused, it meant that his family's ordinary free people label was removed. More directly, the families of the guards who refused to surrender were not under the protection of Queen Danny's code of law. In this way, there was a lot to be done. Sir Butcher wanted to let the Gith people taste his Clean 18 pig slaughtering techniques, but he was afraid. He was afraid of Queen Danny, afraid of her dragon, and afraid of her code of law. How could he not be afraid of the queen who could even whip herself into a bloody mess? However, he also had a way to deal with these Gith people. Sir Butcher selected men over the age of 13 from their families, put shackles on their feet, and then distributed a short sword and a wooden shield to each of them, forcing them to charge at the Great Pyramid. Well, he personally led the battle supervision team to follow behind. Whoever dared to resist would be killed directly. It only took 2 hours for the Great Pyramid to be broken through. The battle process was very tragic. More than 1,000 people died, dozens of people went crazy, and more than 200 yellow silk cloaks chose to commit suicide after surrendering. Their father, brother, and nephew died in front of them, even under their own arrow rain. Normal people could not bear it. If they fought with the army of the Mother of Dragons, they would not be afraid no matter how many casualties there were. Many people even had the awareness that they would die, but the suffering and despair of slaughtering their compatriots and even their loved ones was unbearable for the soldiers. When the Great Pyramid fell, almost all the yellow silk cloaks had problems with their minds. After taking down the Great Pyramid, Sir Butcher was in high spirits and began to attack the next pyramid almost tirelessly. He used the same method to take down the second pyramid, then the third, the fourth. At noon the next day, Danny rode Blackie back to Yuan Kai and found that all the pyramids had been taken down. Her side did not lose a single soldier, and even saved arrows and kerosene. Sir Shackle, I'm impressed by your efficiency. Danny praised sincerely. This was the truth. Previously, she had thought of letting the mercenaries and Gith warriors who had surrendered to attack the pyramid. Even so, she still felt guilty and felt that she had mistreated the prisoners. She didn't even dare to think about Sir Shackle's crazy method of making his guards fight with his family members. More importantly, Sir Shackle didn't break the law. Those old and young, nominally belonged to the militia who served the corvée because their relatives committed crimes. Wasn't it natural for the militia to attack the city for the Queen? It's my honor to serve the Queen. Butcher revealed an ugly smile. Sir Clyde, after we take down the Pyramid of Myrene, with your achievements in the past month, you will definitely be made an earl. Once you become a count, you will have the right to choose your fief. You will be the first noble under my command to receive a fief. Danny smiled and encouraged him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live Queen Danny Liz. Long live the Mother of Dragons. Sir Butcher shouted excitedly. By the way, is the virtuous lord dead? He's dead. He burned himself to death. I also caught 2 virtuous lords and a witch from the Great Pyramid. That witch has been clamoring to see you. Sir Butcher said. Okay, I'll go see her when I'm free. Danny nodded and said casually. After Clyde left, Danny began to command the sergeants in the square to move her, Queen's Palace. A large tent, 2 large wooden boxes with clothes, blankets, and medicine. It was very simple. Why did you leave the Great Pyramid to Clyde? On the way to the West City, Jiki muttered unwillingly. I didn't leave it to Clyde. The Great Pyramid is the administrative center, and I can't stay in Yuan Kai permanently. A pyramid is enough as a temporary residence. The Great Pyramid was left to the city lord. Danny said. The little silver horse was left in Myrene. Danny was riding a big yellow horse at this time. In front of her were 3,000 unsullied walking in line, and behind her were 8,000 armored knights. The group of people was mighty and majestic. The people of guys who opened their doors on both sides of the street and peeked at them. Their eyes were filled with respect, fear, and the last part was hatred buried deep in their hearts. Jiki looked around and said, the people of guys on this street don't like us. There are many new free people living near the Great Pyramid. They love you very much. I still think you should live in the Great Pyramid. This was related to the overall layout of Yuan Kai. Most of the manor owners who moved into the city from the Great Plains lived in the East City. The West City was close to the sea and was more of a commercial area. There was no doubt that Danny hated the owner of Yuan Kai Manor who slaughtered more than 50,000 slaves. She didn't let any of those bastards go. According to the household register, Danny found all the families who owned land in the Great Plains. All the boys over the age of 10 were imprisoned, and all their property was confiscated. This time, Danny was more ruthless and limited the age of men to 10 years old. Those slave owners didn't let the slaves go just because they were young and didn't have the strength to rely on Danny. In fact, even the babies of the slaves were hung in the cemetery. As a result, large areas of the East City block were vacated. They were first taken over by Danny and then assigned to the newly liberated slaves to rent for free. Well, when Danny was done with this, she would organize the people in Yuankai manner, distribute the land and property equally, and then the new free people could choose which house to buy. The main industry of Yuankai manor was the trading of bed slaves. The training bases for training boys and girls in the 7 kinds of crying in spring were mostly located in the West City. The supporting industries were also in the West City. Although Danny understood that even the slave owners who trained the bed slaves must have their hands stained with the blood of the 50,000 slaves, she couldn't punish them for their innocence. The person who made the decision to slaughter the slaves was a virtuous master, and the person who killed the slaves was the manor owner. Other slave owners and citizens of Yuankai Manor didn't support this matter in their hearts, but they didn't directly participate in it. Danny had no reason to punish them. Unless she used the king's authority of the queen's wrath, such as learning from Boss Chow again and learning how he dealt with Shujo because of the death of his father. But Danny had been working hard to create a society that combined the legal system and the rational system. Kings could enjoy privileges, but they absolutely couldn't be convicted of evil, nor could they be absolved of their crimes because of love. In her opinion, if a traveler from another world wanted to play the game of king's struggle, they must have the awareness of bringing a better world. If they couldn't do it, they shouldn't take on this burden. With the experience and skills of her previous life, she could be a big businessman and play as she pleased. Therefore, the merchants in the West City district were currently being treated coldly by her. Well, she would write it down in a small notebook first. After dealing with the big slave owners, she would specially take time to teach those bastards a lesson. Seeing that Ji Qi was still blabbering, Danny deliberately lowered her voice and said gloomily, "The virtuous master's family of more than 100 people were all sacrificed in the Great Pyramid by the witch. It almost overlapped with hell. Maybe there will be demons wandering in the middle of the night. Do you still dare to live there? Really?" The centaur maid shrank her neck, and the afternoon sun could no longer make her feel a trace of warmth. "Then let Cleon live there. Yesterday, 1,300 Gith people died unjustly. It is estimated that he will seek revenge in the middle of the night." "None of the Gith people died unjustly," Danny corrected her. The pyramid chosen by Danny as the queen's palace was only 100 meters high, but it was very new. The yellow bricks on the outside of the pyramid were newly laid, and its interior decoration was very luxurious and elegant. This pyramid belonged to the richest man in Yuankai, Aizen. The pyramid of the Quag's family was also 5,000 years old, but after Aizen made his fortune, he renovated the whole pyramid again. He also bought a 1-kilometer block from the bottom of the pyramid to the sea in the west and built a square connected to the sea. The square was full of shops, and the sea was equipped with an exclusive dock area. Whether it was the scenery, economic value, or comfort, the pyramid of the Quag's family was far more suitable to be Danny's palace than the Great Pyramid where 1,000 or 2,000 people died. Well, this place can be used for a vacation. Danny stood on the platform in front of the gate of the palace on the top floor and looked to the west. The blue sea was connected to the sky, and the waves were sparkling. There was a sense of heroism that the whole slave bay was embraced in her arms. Since it is in the West City, let's call it the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. She laughed strangely. If there was another Nanny Rong, Danny thought about it and giggled, which made Jichi, who was watching on the side, inexplicably. In fact, the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful was not built by the Qing dynasty at all. It originally belonged to the residence of the imperial concubines of the previous Ming dynasty. "Oh, Calixi, come and see, something happened." In the afternoon, when Danny was discussing the plan to deal with the prisoners of war with several generals in the front hall, the maid who helped Danny make the bed in the bedroom of the back hall suddenly shouted in panic. "What happened?" Danny paused the meeting and walked a few steps to the back hall and asked. "Calixi, your egg cracked." Jichi shouted. "What do you mean my egg cracked?" As she said that, Danny's expression changed, and she quickly ran to the front of the bed. She saw that the bronze dragon egg in the wooden box at the bedside had a thin crack, and the crack was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Is this a natural birth?" Danny asked strangely. Soon, under Danny's command, a group of Unsullied built a charcoal stove in the garden on the top floor with bricks. The charcoal burned with the help of a blower, and the wire mesh above the stove was fiery red. "Why are you burning the dragon egg?" Liberty Wing's infantry commander Morono was puzzled. The stove, which was 1/2 meter in diameter, seemed to be imprisoning countless fire demons, and long red tongues were sticking out through the holes in the wire mesh. The rolling heat wave blew away Danny's soft silver hair, and under the reflection of the fire, her cheeks were red and tender. "A baby dragon that has not experienced the fire is a defective product." As she said that, she held the dragon egg with both hands and placed it on the wire mesh. Boom! The flame instantly engulfed her silk sleeves, and climbed up her flawless white arms like a fire python. In a short while, Danny's entire upper body was enveloped in flames. However, the outer layer of mail blocked the exposed spring scenery. Danny's palm, which was pressed against the surface of the dragon egg, was like a squid on a metal plate, making sizzling sounds as if it was being roasted, and a burnt smell spread in the surroundings. "Your Majesty, isn't the temperature too high? Don't you feel pain?" the red-haired Lila asked worriedly. When she spoke, her tongue felt sour, as if she was the one being roasted. "I didn't expect that even an Unsullied can't withstand the flames of this charcoal stove," the muscular Beworth said nervously as he rubbed his hands. Chapter 162. Blood and fire come from the same source. Blood is fire, and fire is the power of existence in this world. My blood can allow the baby dragons to withstand higher temperatures when they are born. The higher the temperature at birth, the higher their resistance to fire will be when they grow up. Danny was sweating profusely, but her voice was extremely calm. "So that's how it is." Everyone was enlightened and in awe. In the process of assisting the 3 dragons and 1 egg to absorb the spiritual substance, the colorful light spots would first enter Danny's soul. Because the dragon souls had a mysterious connection with her soul, the spiritual substance could enter the dragon's consciousness through her sea of consciousness. Therefore, Danny's soul quality was also very high, and her blood was rich in spiritual substance. At this time, using her blood to help Little Four hatch was not only to increase the nourishment for the baby dragons, but also to strengthen the intimacy between them. It was a kind of blood connection. Blackie was the closest to Danny because he could produce a dragon's soul with her, so his efficiency in absorbing the spiritual substance was also better. Little White and Little Green were very obedient when they were born. Later, Danny and Blackie became closer and closer, and the 2 little dragons gradually drifted away from her. This was the nature of dragons. At the same time, they could only have 1 partner, 1 rider. A dragon knight could not control 2 dragons, and it was also impossible for 2 people to share a dragon. Of course, Danny was not an ordinary dragon knight. She was also the mother of dragons. Even if they could not dream with her, Little White and Little Green would not refuse her ride. Later, during the dragon's horn incident, Danny merged her soul with Little White and Little Green again, and the 3 dragons worked together to break the restraint of the dragon's horn. In addition to obtaining a witchcraft, Danny's biggest gain was that her relationship with the 2 dragons had undergone some kind of qualitative change. From the dragon rider and the one being ridden, they became family, friends, and partners. Except for the skill slot, they could not dream with each other. They were as obedient as Blackie if they could understand. The 2 dragons were a little stupid, like 5 or 6 years old babies. They might not understand or misunderstand what adults said. Although Blackie was a little retarded, Danny could guide him in real time through the dragon's soul state. This new Little Four was a little troublesome. Little Four would follow the same path as second brother and third brother. When he was young, he would be extremely close to Danny. Sometimes, they would even have their souls fused together in their dreams. But as he grew older, Xiaoxi's will gradually matured. Even though he still loved his mother, he and Danny's mother would gradually drift apart. Therefore, Danny wanted to carry out the most barbaric, blood sacrifice, when he was born. She wanted to merge her essence with Little Four's soul. She wanted to extract the essence from her body and transfer it into Little Four's body along with her blood. Little Four, who was still struggling in the eggshell, was in his dragon spirit state with Danny, so he could receive gifts from Danny's mother. Crack. An obvious cracking sound startled the people nearby. They all stretched out their necks and stared at the stone egg on the stove without blinking. "Ah, the flames are extinguishing!" Beworth cried out in surprise. Indeed, the bright red tongue of flame that had been flickering in the air half a meter above was now visibly shrinking. It was like the valve of a liquefied gas was gradually closing. "Add more charcoal. The dragon is incubating." "Don't let the flames go out," the red-haired Lila anxiously called out to the Unsullied who was pulling the bellows. The newly built stove had two thin and long iron pipes connected at the bottom and the middle. The thin and long iron pipes were connected to the bellows, blowing air from the bottom of the stove. The thick iron pipe with a sealed stopper in the middle was the entrance to the charcoal. "The charcoal is full." "It was just added," the Unsullied who was in charge of adding firewood said doubtfully. "The flames are not extinguished." "The flames are." Fatty Morono pointed at the stone egg that had more and more cracks and said with a trembling voice, "The flames are all being absorbed by the dragon egg." The dragon inside the egg swallowed them. The few of them looked over. They could see that between the small black cracks, there were light red threads that were as thin as a cow's hair crawling inside. Gradually, an illusory flame vortex appeared between Danny's hands. The flames that jumped out of the stove were like seawater that met a huge whirlpool. They were all sucked into the stone egg at the bottom of the whirlpool without leaving a single drop behind. "Oh, is this how a dragon hatches from a dragon egg?" Bruce Wayne murmured in shock. Even Danny was shocked, let alone the onlookers. Although she had incubated a dragon once, she had been stuck in the fire last time and could not see anything. Now, she saw with her own eyes that the flames and dragon's soul were slowly combining to form a palm-sized baby dragon. Suddenly, the system that had been sleeping in Danny's mind sent her a message: "The planet's principal will give every dragon egg a dragon mark, just like how a manufacturer provides a verification code for every product. Every mark can only give birth to one dragon. Even if the dragon egg was fossilized, there would still be a dragon mark in the fossilized dragon egg. A normal active dragon egg could absorb spiritual essence from the world on its own. The spiritual essence and the mark would combine to form a complete dragon soul. The dragon soul and the baby dragon embryo in the eggshell would mature together. The eggshell would crack, and a newborn megalosaurus would be born. In the process of hatching a dragon, the mother of dragons could artificially infuse spiritual essence into the dragon mark and gradually form a soul. As the active substance in the eggshell had already turned into stone, the baby dragon that had lost its original body would absorb the energy in the flames with the cooperation of the mother of dragons and be reborn from the flames. Blood is fire, fire is blood, blood and fire come from the same source. Danny suddenly had a new understanding of the maxim passed down from Valeglia. Fire is the source of life. "I use the power of the flames and my blood to build a body for the baby dragon," Danny said proudly to the people around her. "This." Red-haired Lila's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is more mythical than a myth." "Yes, even Westeros fairy tales aren't this exaggerated," Bruce nodded and muttered. "But this is real." Beavis took a few steps forward and lowered his head to look at the cracks on the surface of the stone egg. "There's something inside. There's a dragon." The flames formed the dragon's body. As he said that, the tall eunuch showed a look of realization. "No wonder their bodies are so hot. The dragon essence is also so hot. I'm sweating all over. I've been swallowing fire." Crack crack. Crack crack crack. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and the stone egg finally cracked into a few pieces. Hiss, a palm-sized baby dragon crawled on Danny's palm and raised its head to roar. Look, its body. Beavis pointed at the baby dragon and shouted in shock, it's illusory. The baby dragon's body seemed to be made of golden red glass. It looked transparent and illusory. Its body is solidifying. Morono thought. Her Majesty is right. The true dragon absorbs fire to build its body. No wonder the stone egg can hatch a dragon. As long as the soul exists, the true dragon can use fire as its body. After the baby dragon hatched, it continued to burn for 2 hours. After burning a few hundred kilograms of charcoal, its body finally solidified completely. Danny looked at the baby dragon that was nibbling on its finger like a cat and laughed. Since you look golden, I'll call you Gold. As soon as she said that, everyone who had just witnessed the dragon queen hatch a dragon froze in awe. What kind of stupid name was that? Moreover, the baby dragon was not completely golden. Its wings had obvious bronze spots. Even the skin covering its spine was dark green. Danny was very happy that she had just won a great battle and hatched a dragon. She decided to hold a banquet in the garden on the top floor. All the high-ranking officers were invited. Cleon was the first to arrive. He even brought a guest with him. Your Majesty, it's been a few days. That witch has been wanting to see you. This. Before the banquet started, Butcher Knight found Danny alone and said hesitantly, to be honest, I'm a little afraid of her. I don't dare to reject her directly. But without your permission, I don't dare to release her. You should just deal with her. What are you afraid of? Danny asked casually as she played with gold. That witch sacrificed hundreds of Mourinho's family. How can I not be afraid? Butcher Knight, who had a fierce face, mumbled. Didn't I tell you that if you respect ghosts and gods and avoid them, the disaster will be eliminated? As long as you don't come into contact with them, you won't be in danger most of the time. Danny did not say anything definite. Under normal circumstances, avoiding the mysterious people would prevent them from being harmed by witchcraft. There were many wizards in this world, but 99% of them were trash. A machete could kill a large number of them. However, there were very few existences that had surpassed the mortal realm and entered the realm of gods. For example, the immortals and demigods. For example, the red-robed woman Melisandre, who served under Stannis. Obviously, the gay Duke Renly did not provoke anyone from the mysterious realm, but he was still killed by the blood witchcraft. Your Majesty, do you want to release the witch? Why don't you lock her up in your pyramid? Cleon said with his head lowered. You can't even pronounce Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. You want me to help you resist the lightning? Danny glanced at him and said, bring her to the garden on the top floor. The chef was still cooking downstairs. There were only 3 wooden tables that were 8 or 9 meters long in the garden. If the place was spacious enough, Danny would even put the 3 tables together. Well, according to the customs of this world, the king and vassals ate at the same table. When the old witch followed Cleon to the garden on the top floor, the first thing she saw was the 3-headed dragon climbing on the western wall. Then, she looked down and saw a silver-haired girl sitting under the megalosaurus. Without a doubt, the pretty girl with a hint of childishness and a hint of heroism on her face was the dragon mother. She was so young. Just as the rumors said, she had silver hair, purple eyes, and a beautiful face that was typical of Valeglia. The witch sighed in her mind and walked up to greet the girl. Hiss. The old woman's actions startled the giant dragon on the wall. However, its 6 fist-sized eyes only glanced at her and Cleon before it turned its head away. It continued to stare at a palm-sized beast sitting at the front of the long table in the middle. The beast was tearing at a piece of charred meat that was as thick as a finger. Wait, that's not a beast. That's dragon. Golden dragon. This is a newborn golden dragon. Old witch pointed at the baby dragon and yelled in disbelief. Cleon's expression changed. He scolded in a low voice, "Don't be rude in front of the queen." "It's okay. It's the first time the old lady has seen a dragon. It's okay for her to lose her composure." Danny waved her hand and gave the Unsullied a look. Then, she invited the witch, "Madam, please come and sit down." The Unsullied pulled out a high-back oak chair that was placed at the fourth position of the long table. Jichi also brought a cup of milk tea and a pile of dried fruits. The old witch suppressed her boiling emotions and sat diagonally across from Danny after thanking her. Chapter 163. "Old madam, you're from Helkaland, right? How should I address you?" Danny looked at the witch's attire and asked with a smile. "I'm a priestess of the Shamiliana Temple, Kaena." "Priestess Kaena, may I know why you're looking for me?" Danny asked. "Your Majesty, did this little dragon just hatch?" The witch finally could not hold it in any longer. Danny paused for a moment before nodding. "It just hatched this afternoon." "This afternoon?" 2 days late." "Sigh, what a pity." The witch muttered. "Late?" "Not late, just right." The eggshell cracked naturally at noon. The day was just right. Danny only realized after she finished speaking. "Who do you think hatched this egg?" "Wasn't it me?" The witch rubbed her wooden cane and said matter-of-factly. "Danny," she said in a huff, "call him and see if he answers. Little dragon, come here. I'm your mother." The witch's eyes lit up as she called out to Little Gold. Danny was speechless. "Klein, Ji-Chi and the rest of the Immaculate, what are you thinking? Not everyone can become the mother of dragons." Klein's face turned red as he growled in a low voice. The witch's face stiffened, and she glared at the butcher knight with her triangular eyes. She shouted at the butcher knight impolitely, "This old one works for money, so naturally, I won't covet my employer's dragon. I also wouldn't dare to ask the Silver Queen for a small dragon. Wasn't this golden dragon summoned from Lalo the Shadow Demon by sacrificing the 263 members of the virtuous lord's family?" "Ah." Klein was stunned for a moment before he asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" "The little dragon just hatched this afternoon. Mourinho died a few days ago, and it's not even an egg. Hey, the great sage is already dead. There's really no need to lie to me." The witch pointed at the little dragon that was engrossed in eating meat. "Look at this pretty little face. It's golden and shiny. It's the same color as the dragon egg that Dragon Queen stole that day." Danny understood that the old man thought that Goldie was hatched from a fake egg. "Sigh, it's a pity that I smashed that magic egg too early. Otherwise, I'll take it out and let her see how she'll snatch the bandit title of Mother of Dragons. It's not the same. This is a brass dragon with cyan spots." Ji-Chi refuted. The witch pointed at her face and retorted, "You have black pockmarks on your face. Why don't you say you're a black person from the Midsummer Islands?" The centaur maid's face turned red, and the freckles on the sides of her nose became brighter. Danny didn't want to waste any more time with the old woman. She asked, "Priest Kaena, why are you here?" "Dragon Queen, I didn't want to disturb you, but you've been keeping me locked up in prison. I'm already so old, I'm afraid I won't last long." Although she was begging for mercy, the witch's tone was calm and didn't sound like she was begging. Who knows where she got her confidence? Or maybe, she's already so old that she doesn't care about life and death. However, Danny wouldn't lower herself to her level. Just like what she said to Klein, she should respect the gods and avoid them. This old witch is obviously a ruthless character. Damn, she's so ruthless. She sacrificed the great sage's entire family of 263 people. Danny wasn't afraid of these witches, but they didn't have any conflict or hatred. There was no need to deliberately make enemies with her. She was a priest of Shamiliana's temple. She had her own sect and inheritance. She wasn't a rogue cultivator whose entire family died. The old priestess isn't a criminal. Why are you keeping her in prison? Danny frowned at Sir Butcher. Although it's a prison, she's been treated well, Klein argued. Priest Kiana, you know that not only did I take down Yuan Kai, I also took down Mireen a day earlier. I've been dealing with Mireen for the past 2 days. After explaining, Danny said directly, although you're helping the Gith people breed dragons, you're not a member of the Gith Alliance. Oh, by the way, Herculon didn't declare war on me, right? The members of the anti-evil Mother of Dragons Alliance weren't limited to the cities of Slave Bay. New Gith was already involved, and Quills and Volantis were still building their armies. According to the information obtained from interrogating the Great Sage and the Wise Sage, the few slave-trading countries in the Jade Sea and the free cities in the Western continent had the possibility of declaring war on Danny. No. Shamiliana wants to, but it's too far away. The witch shook her head. Wants, but not enough. Old woman, who gave you the courage to say such things to me? Danny said with a straight face, since you're not an enemy, then your actions in Yuan Kai are considered commercial activities. Your Excellency, you're free to leave now. The Dragon Queen is wise and righteous, this old one can't thank you enough, but... The yellow-black wrinkled old face actually blushed, causing Danny to think that she had seen wrongly. If you have anything to say, say it. Dragon Queen, I'm paid for serving the Great Sage, the witch said. You've sacrificed the Great Sage's entire family to the devil, and you still want to ask him for money? This kind of service. Well, it's best to do it for each of the city kings who oppose me. How much? Danny asked, rubbing her nose. Obviously, no matter what the Great Sage promised the witch, it couldn't be fulfilled because all of Great Sage Yuan Kai's wealth had gone to Queen Danny's treasury. It's a total of 200,000 gold radiance coins. He paid me 50,000 in advance, so I still have 150,000 left, the witch said hesitantly. A mere 150,000 was not even a drop in the ocean of the Great Sage's wealth. Danny waved her hand generously and said, Targaryen values promises the most. I'm willing to help the dead Mourinho fulfill his promise with you. Really? The old witch was pleasantly surprised. Of course, Targaryen. Once a promise is made, nothing can stop it. Then. The witch smiled and pointed at Xiao Jin. The Great Sage promised that as long as a dragon hatches, he'll reward me with an additional 300,000 gold radiance coins. Old woman, this is too much. Danny lowered her voice and said, Your Excellency, Xiao Jin definitely didn't hatch from that golden egg. At least, I won't admit it to the outside world. I'm a decent person, a benevolent king. How can I encourage others to sacrifice their entire family? This is too vicious. I can't do it. I'm going to deny it. I'm going to tell the world. I want everyone to understand that whether a dragon can be hatched is completely up to the heavens. It can't be forced. I understand. I understand. Even if a sacrifice can't guarantee that a dragon can be hatched every time. Thinking of the Great Sage's threat to her, the witch felt a sense of familiarity with Danny. As long as I sacrifice your entire family, even if your entire family dies and you don't hatch a dragon, you can't blame me. After all, the Mother of Dragons also admitted that whether a dragon can be hatched is up to the heavens. How can you not believe the words of an expert? Danny emphasized, a sacrifice can't hatch a dragon at all. Sacrificing the person you love the most to hatch a dragon is a logical paradox in itself. I've already said so, do you still not understand? I understand, I understand. The old witch nodded repeatedly. It's good that you understand. Danny sighed in relief. Then, Your Majesty Dragon Queen, what about my 300,000 reward for hatching a dragon? The witch blinked and asked. Danny almost choked on her saliva. What the hell do you understand? At this time, an Unsullied came to the queen and asked, Your Majesty, everyone is here. Should we start the banquet immediately? Your Excellency, please stay for a meal. We'll talk after that. Danny said helplessly. She actually wanted the old witch to leave immediately, but it would be too rude to do so. Other than the personnel on duty, there were a total of 40 to 50 generals. 3 8-meter-long wooden tables were placed side by side. The tables were quickly filled with delicacies. Danny sat at the head of the wooden table in the middle, and a dozen people sat on both sides according to their positions. Clayton and Bevo's sat on her left and right, respectively, while the witch sat opposite Danny as a guest. Yes, 2 blood guards and Baristan went with her to Myrene. Ago, who stayed in Yuankai, led thousands of light cavalry to search for the remaining Gith soldiers outside the city. The ambush last night didn't work. The Ragged Prince and Grazidan ran away with 400 to 500 riders. Congratulations to the Queen, congratulations to the true Dragon Gold. Everyone raised their cups to congratulate Danny. Ha ha ha, brothers, congratulations to all of us. Congratulations to the unification of Slave Bay. Congratulations to no more slaves in Slave Bay. Danny raised her cup in response. Long live the Queen. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Danny also thought of a good idea to deal with the old witch during the banquet. After the banquet, she asked the old witch to stay and handed her a stack of parchment. These are the deeds found in the virtuous master's house. There are 10 luxurious villas in North Queers. I don't need to emphasize. You should know the value of these deeds. This. The old witch hesitated. She knew how expensive the houses in Queers were. According to the data on the deeds, the 10 villas were worth at least 1 million gold coins. Will the people of Queers admit it? She doubted. Why not? Just say that the virtuous master gave these deeds to you before I entered Yuankai. Even if the people of Queers guessed the truth, they could only admit it. After all, if news of them breaking the contract spreads, who would dare to do business with them? Danny said. The witch thought about it and agreed. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After sending off the witch, Ago returned to Yuankai with a face full of dust. He also brought 2 captives with him. They were the 2 vice leaders of the wind-blowing group, Danzo and Kago. Hey, Ago, you're late. Our banquet just ended. Ago was not in the mood to care about that. He said in frustration, Calixi, those guys escaped. Oh, how did they escape? Danny asked curiously. A ship released a small boat to pick them up. Ago pointed at Danzo and Kago. He said in frustration, these 2 guys led 30 suicide squads to stop them. They tried to buy time for those people to escape. Danzo and Kago were not in good condition. The poet swordsman's old face had a twisted scar across the bridge of his nose. Kago was stabbed in the left side of his waist. His clothes were wet and emitted a strong smell of blood. Due to excessive blood loss, the rough man with a scarred face was pale. His eyes were dim and lifeless. Seeing that the 2 of them did not say a word, as if they were waiting for death, Danny laughed and said, Why? Why bother? When did I say I was going to kill you all? Why are you so determined? Since it's already like this, Your Majesty, you can do whatever you want with us, Danzo said calmly. Io, your resentment is quite strong, huh? Danny smiled and asked, Tell me, how many times have I given you guys the chance to surrender? Chapter 164. After the news of the fall of Myrene reached Yuankai, you should have come to me immediately. After all, we have a contract. Even if your leader had unrealistic fantasies and wanted to make one last gamble, after more than 20,000 soldiers were ambushed by me outside the city, the fantasy should have been shattered, right? My request is not high. The wind-blowing group will turn against the Gith people and help me take down Yuankai. Then you will leave with the commission promised by the Gith people and get a promise from me. To be honest, I really can't guess what your leader is thinking. Danny shook her head and said in a helpless tone. The wind-blowing group with 2,000 soldiers was qualified to negotiate with her. That was right. But 2,000 soldiers could not change the situation of the entire battlefield. The price she gave was absolutely fair. Grazadon suddenly wanted to pull us to break out of the encirclement and disrupted the leader's plan. Danzo sighed. Well, even if the plan was disrupted, the Gith people had all entered the city. Even if you found out that you were tricked, why did you run away? Do you know how many people died the night before? Because of your sudden escape, nearly 800 mercenaries died in the chaos. Your wind-blowing group accounted for 90% of the deaths, and only one Gith person died. That's right, only one Sage Lord. Danny sneered. No, impossible. Kago struggled and shouted. What's impossible about that? The Gith people were already surrounded and there was no way to escape. The people who rioted were all from your wind-blowing group. Even if I had no malice towards the wind-blowing group, I had no choice in that situation. Danny said lightly. It was me, I killed those brothers. Danzo's voice trembled, and 2 clear water marks were drawn on his dirty old face. Why didn't you slaughter the Gith people and the mercenaries who entered the trap? Kago glared at Danny and asked. He was extremely unbalanced. The wind-blowing group had succeeded in discovering this woman's trick, but they were the ones who suffered the greatest loss. This was unfair. If this woman killed all the Gith cavalry that entered the city, then their escape would be meaningful. Hee, in your heart, what kind of person am I? A monster who kills for pleasure. Isn't it good to keep the mercenaries for ransom? The guy's soldiers were demoted to coolies to plant wheat for me. Isn't the bread they make delicious? Sigh, our pride has harmed the bragging group. Perhaps in the depths of our hearts, we always thought that Her Majesty the Queen was bound to lose, and that the losers were not worthy of our attention, much less our allegiance. Subconsciously, we even arrogantly believed that we could decide Her Majesty's fate. Danzo laughed bitterly. Now that his thoughts had jumped out of the chessboard and looked at the actions of the wind-blowing group as a bystander, he suddenly discovered an extremely terrifying thing. Dragon Queen had 3 dragons, more than 10,000 unsullied, and tens of thousands of Mother of Dragons guards who had been training for half a year. She herself also had wisdom that surpassed mortals. Ever since she was born, she had never lost a battle. But whether it was the leader or the group's officers, in the depths of their hearts, they all looked down on her, thinking that she was just a stupid little girl who had gotten lucky. If he wasn't stupid, would he have thought of freeing the slaves? If she wasn't stupid, would she make an enemy of the entire world for someone who had nothing to do with her? If she wasn't stupid, would she have led 50,000 soldiers to attack Yuan Kai? Almost everyone was saying that it was a pity for the Dragon Queen. Even if she could win countless times, she would end up in a miserable state sooner or later. But the problem was that she had always been the victor, and the wind-blowing group had no right to look down on a giant who was taller, smarter, and stronger than them. Every time the giant had good intentions, they would subconsciously think that she was weak. The leader had always wanted to make the Dragon Queen take the blame for her, and he would reap the benefits without doing anything. Sigh, he didn't know his place. If you don't have any ill intentions towards us, why did you send the Centaur cavalry to hunt us down? Can't you let us leave? Kago glared at the weak Danzo, and roared angrily at Danny. Danny looked at him with disdain as if she was looking at an idiot, and said, Is there something wrong with your head? A group of crippled soldiers wandering in the heart of my rule, how can I just leave them be? What if you raid my manor and slaughter my people? Who can I reason with? We just want to leave this stinking cesspool immediately, Kago shouted. Then you tell me. If you don't tell me, how can I know what you're thinking? Looking at the wind-blowing group's behavior, I thought you were all Githa's suicide squad, and wanted to fight me to the death. Your Majesty, can you answer a few questions for me, so that I can understand how we lost the war? Danzo looked at Danny with a longing gaze. These words had touched her itch. If she didn't brag about her success, it would be like not returning home after riches. It depends on the situation. I still want to try some of these schemes a few more times. Danny lifted her chin slightly, and said reservedly. Your Majesty, the soldiers you brought to Myrene were at most a few thousand. Why did almost everyone in Myrene think that you brought 50,000 soldiers? And many people saw it with their own eyes. Danzo asked. I liberated a large number of slaves along the way, and the soldiers were newly recruited. Danny said half of the truth. In less than 3 days, it was already extremely difficult to travel 250 kilometers. How could there be time to liberate 50,000 slaves? The real reason was simple. When Danny took down Myrene, it was almost dusk. The 50,000 cavalry outside the city was just an illusion created by a few thousand slaves riding horses and dragging branches behind them. As for the 50,000 soldiers who entered the city with torches after dark, this time, Danny learned from Dong Zhuo, Boss Dong. 1,000 elites entered the city from the east gate with torches, so that the Gith people in the east could see. The north city, which had no tall buildings, had long been under martial law. Another 1,000 people sneaked out of the city through the north gate in the dark. This cycle repeated dozens of times, and there were 50,000 armored elite soldiers. At that time, the lords of Myrene were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to leave their pyramids at all, giving Danny precious time to expand the Mother of Dragons guards. Danzo didn't know whether he believed it or not, and continued to ask, how did your Majesty hide the traces of the army's movements? Send scouts to clear the main road. Danzo smiled bitterly. This was obvious nonsense. Anyone with a little common sense would not believe it. But they had already said in advance that they would have some reservations. I have now figured it out. You left almost 40,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry in Yuankai. The 1,500 unsullied in the rear camp were just bait to lure us out. But the rear camp was not the real ambush point. Because 40,000 people were too many, the rear camp could not hide them. Maybe you wanted to reduce the losses, so you separated the infantry and cavalry of the coalition army and ate them separately. There was no doubt that the real killing point was in the front camp, which was already in ruins. We didn't expect it at all. After all, we just came from the front camp. Without the protection of the infantry, the cavalry ran back and forth for nearly 20 kilometers. The warhorses also lost their momentum and could only be trapped to death. It was true that there were only a few thousand cavalry in the rear camp. The infantry in the ravines on both sides of the camp was just a cover. There might be no one in the rear at all. As for the rumbling of horse hooves further behind, it was just a few dozen centaurs driving the horses. Oh, there were branches behind the horses' tails. A Gith scout saw it and told us the next day when he met us. Danny nodded and said with a smile, you guessed right. I didn't want to make it so troublesome, but as you said, 40,000 soldiers were too many to hide in the rear camp. Danzo's eyes flashed and asked, the key is, where did you hide the 40,000 ambushers? As mentioned before, the Gith people were not stupid. When they left the city to attack the rear camp, there were hundreds of scouts who investigated the territory 20 to 30 kilometers around the camp. Perhaps the 3,000 cavalry led by Danny and a few thousand civilians disguised as the main force could be squeezed in the rear camp, but where did the 40,000 infantry that set up the real ambush point in the front camp come from? If Danny's 40,000 infantry were hiding 30 kilometers away, it would definitely be too late to stop the cavalry team that fled back. Under normal circumstances, 30 kilometers was enough for a large force to walk for a day or two. Danny spat out 3 words with a gloomy face. Emerald Lake. Emerald Lake? Danzo and Kago's expressions changed wildly. There was relief and shock. 5 kilometers north of Yuankai, there was a beautiful lake that looked like a piece of jade embedded in the earth. Therefore, it was called Emerald Lake by the people of Yuankai. The nobles of Gith often took their families there to hike, row boats, swim in the lake, and hunt in the nearby forest. However, in order to kill the dragon queen who had 50,000 troops and 3 dragons, the virtuous lords of Yuankai sank the corpses of 10,000 slaves in the Emerald Lake. The manors on the Great Plains of Yuan-kai were burned, and the wells within 20 kilometers of the outskirts of Yuan-kai were blocked. The 50,000 troops ran for 600 kilometers and were already exhausted. Even if ordinary generals suspected that there was a problem with the Emerald Lake, they would be careful and vigilant while taking water from the lake. The Gith people also deliberately threw a lot of horse dung and sewage into the lake, meaning, we have polluted the water source, so that they could hide the real killer move 10,000 corpses. In the end, it was the first time in this world that a disease was caused by stuffing corpses into the lake, a tactic created by the ruthless virtuous lord. Moreover, there was a process for the corpses to rot. In the first half of the month, the lake was still beautiful, and the lake water was like a mirror. However, invisible germs had already bred and the lake water was polluted. The thought of 50,000 troops eating, sleeping, and training around a pit of 10,000 people without knowing anything was terrifying. The virtuous lords were also afraid. Regardless of whether it was the east or the west, the ancients were extremely afraid of diseases, so the scouts did not dare to enter that area. The Emerald Lake was only 3 kilometers away from the front camp. "You're not afraid of the disease?" Danzo asked in disbelief. Of course I'm afraid. I'm scared to death. I came to Yuan-kai in the afternoon, and that night, I built the camp and dug the wells. The next morning, I arranged for 20,000 soldiers to go into the lake and fish up the corpses that had been soaked for 2 days, Danny said coldly. Danzo suddenly understood. "We also noticed the scene of you burning the corpses. At that time, we only thought that the corpses came from the corpse forest on the main road. It turns out that you mixed the corpses in the lake with them and burned them together." At the same time, this sword poet also understood something. The smoke that he and Zidane saw at the camp that day was most likely real. At that time, there were really 40 to 50,000 people stationed at the camp. Later, when the news of Mirin's fall came, they naturally thought that the front and middle camps were empty. The other party also deliberately piled up scarecrows in the camp, making them even more convinced that they had fallen for the empty city strategy. Yes, at that time, the prince in rags and he were amazed by the Dragon Queen's empty city strategy and thought that it was the greatest tactical innovation in the Ursos continent in the past 1,000 years. There had never been an empty city strategy in this world. However, the other party was no longer satisfied with using the empty city strategy to deceive the pitiful people of the other world. The Dragon Queen had surpassed the empty city strategy. The empty city strategy that annoyed and secretly impressed the Guy's coalition army was a fake. More than 40,000 soldiers were lying in ambush. The war had ended for a few days, but the dignified god of war Graz, Dan and the prince in rags, who had fought for a lifetime, still did not understand how they had lost. So miserable, so pitiful. Danzo's face was ashen, and he looked extremely depressed. "How did you know that there were corpses in the lake?" Kago could not help but ask. "Do you think I'm so stupid that I don't know how to spread spies in Yuan-kai? To tell you the truth, I have spies in Yuan-kai, Mirin, New Guys, Queers, Volantis, and even Pentos and Bravos thousands of miles away," Danny boasted with a cold face. Chapter 165. Time flew by, and 2 months had passed since the end of the war. Under the sunset, the sea rippled with dark red scales. A sailboat painted with the word seahorse was sailing towards the city in the west. Yuan-kai. The old poet Danzo stood at the bow of the ship, his half-length gray hair dancing in the salty sea breeze. He looked at the megalosaurus circling the pyramid in the distance and sighed. "I'm back again." Woo! Suddenly, a low horn sounded from behind. The sailor on the lookout post immediately shouted down, "It's the Prince Viserys. The Dragon Queen's fleet has returned to port." Danzo turned his head and saw a red-hulled ship taking the lead. It was almost twice as fast as the seahorse as it chased after them. The ship's wide sails, which extended 7 or 8 meters out, were printed with the image of a roaring megalosaurus. Behind the red shell ship, there were 9 long and narrow ships. The sails of the ships all had the pattern of a black dragon on a white background. They looked like ice blades walking on the sea, giving people a feeling of sharpness, swiftness, and fierceness. Whoosh! Soon, the leading red-hulled ship cut through the waves like a flying fish leaping out of the sea. It passed by the seahorse nimbly and swiftly. The Prince Viserys. Danzo read the Valeglia words written in black paint on the ship's hull. Sigh, even the navy is on a scale. Can she really change the world? The old poet muttered. The captain of the Seahorse was over 40 years old. He had a thick red beard. He seemed to have heard the old man's whisper and walked up to stand beside the old mercenary. He sighed. How can it not be on a scale? She's captured 200 ships in Meereen. Ships are not longships. They can't be used as warships, but they have sailors and slave boatmen. You haven't seen that scene. When the slaves on the dock saw Dany rise flying over their heads on a dragon, they all raised their hands like crazy and shouted, Misha, Misha. The Dragon Queen has never lacked ships. Experienced sailors and the huge shipyards of Meereen were what she wanted the most. If we take down Meereen, the Navy's last weakness will be fixed. In another 3 to 5 years, the summer sea will fall under the claws of the true dragon. I'm afraid the Alliance won't give her 3 to 5 years. Danzo sighed. Hee, I hope the Alliance can hold on for another 3 to 5 years. Captain Redbeard shook his head disapprovingly and said meaningfully, what we have experienced in the past few months has proved one thing. With a dragon, you can control the world, but without a dragon? If not, then kneel at Dany Rise's feet and shout, Long live the Queen. Oh, why do you say that? Edward, you haven't seen the Battle of Poplar Slope, right? Donswa asked doubtfully. Although Dragon Queen had won countless battles in the past 2 months, she had only won the battle at Poplar Hill with the help of dragons. At other times, she relied more on her extraordinary intelligence. The Megalosaurus also played a role, but it was not as shocking as the Battle of Poplar Hill. I've been running the sea at Slaver's Bay for the past 2 months. My seahorse alone helped the Dragon Queen transport 1 million gold coins from Meereen to Astapor. TSK, after taking down Slaver's Bay, Queen Dany suddenly became the richest person in the world. Some people speculate that she has at least 100 million gold coins, Redbeard Edward said enviously. 100 million? Donswa was shocked. Then he asked doubtfully, what does this have to do with the Megalosaurus? Oh, think about it. The Dragon Queen sent dozens of ships to transfer the wealth of Meereen to Astapor. How big of a scene would that be? Would the Alliance's fleet not react at all? Not long after, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle at sea. About 70 warships of the Alliance went up against 5 of the Queen's fleet. 14-1. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon Queen would definitely lose. However, the Dragon Queen rode her dragons to Prince Viserys. 70 ships throwing incendiary bombs was not as efficient as 3 dragons throwing Molotov cocktails. Oh, you didn't expect it, did you? The 3 dragons received Molotov cocktails from the ships while the Unsullied helped the Megalosaurus load up with ammunition. The numbers were too fast. Donswa suddenly understood. Not all of the Dragon Queen's ships were loaded with treasure. Do you think the Queen is stupid? She purposely spread fake news. The treasure was fake, but the Unsullied on the ships were real. Even us captains were fooled. Redbeard laughed strangely. The Alliance suffered a great loss, didn't they? I don't think there are any more warships left in Slaver's Bay, Donswa said. The two sides fought from morning until evening. 3 of the 5 ships of the Dragon Queen sank, while the other side lost 29 of their 70 ships. However, 22 ships had their sails burned and were lying on the surface of the sea, captured by the Dragon Queen. Just the sailors who fell into the water alone numbered 3,000. After that battle, Slaver's Bay was completely peaceful. No one dared to mess with Queen Dany's dragon whiskers. In the end, Captain Redbeard concluded with a complicated expression. That's why I said that the Dragon Queen is almost invincible with her dragons. Perhaps. Donswa looked at the shore that was getting closer and closer. He could not help but think of the old witch who had left Yuan Kai with him that day. The ragged prince had followed Grazdan to Nugais. Donswa wanted to find his captain, so he naturally went to Nugais. The witch was going to sell her house in Quiles before returning home in the Far East. The two of them had different goals. They were supposed to part ways in Nugais, but the people of Nugais did not let the witch go. They had heard that the witch had really hatched a dragon. This news was too shocking. The meaning behind it was also extraordinary. Perhaps, it would not be long before Nugais and Quiles would have dragons too. I wonder which royal family of the two city-states will die out first. With a sigh, the old poet returned to the cabin. He carried a huge leather case that was half the height of a man and prepared to leave the deck. It was Yuan Kai's turn. Edward, I'll take my leave first. Wait, I'll go with you, Redbeard Edward called out. I want to see the Dragon Queen to redeem more than 100 of our captured brothers. What are you doing? Donswa stopped and turned around to ask in confusion. The queen has put up a notice in the city. She's requesting to buy seeds and seedlings of exotic plants. I got some from Nugais. I hope. Redbeard winked at Donswa and rubbed his hands. If I follow you, I might be able to see the queen herself. I don't have that much influence. Donswa smiled bitterly. It depends on luck. It's not a loss anyway. Redbeard instructed the first mate before pulling Donswa toward the dock. The last time I left the pier, it was still scorched. At this time, the stone embankment where the ships were docked was still scorched black. However, on the empty space along the shore, there was a row of brand new brick houses. There was a wine shop, a barbecue stall, a clothing store, a warehouse. There are no more prostitutes. It took Donswa a while to react. Yuan Kai, known as the capital of bed slaves, did not have any prostitutes at the dock. No. The Dragon Queen has restored the freedom of those girls in training. According to the marriage law section of the code she created, free women above the age of 18 must marry. If they can't find a husband, civil officials will help them arrange a partner. Those prostitutes are all married? Donswa asked in surprise. It's not that simple. Redbeard shook his head and said with a complicated expression, unless they find a partner themselves. If civil officials are needed, they will be arranged to participate in the good wife and loving mother test before arranging a partner for the woman. What? Donswa's eyes widened in disbelief. Sigh. If you want to marry after the age of 18, you have to pass the good wife and loving mother test. You have to pass a test to marry. Donswa had lived for 50 to 60 years, but he had never heard of such a strange thing. What's the test? You have to bake bread, pickle sausages or smoke bacon, and recite the Book of Vegetable Root Tan. Those 3 tests are the basics. If you don't pass, you can't marry. Other than that, there's also needlework, farming and herding, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The civil officials will reward you according to your score and help you arrange a better husband, Redbeard said. This. Donswa was stunned. He muttered, why is that? Sigh, isn't it obvious? If you don't even know how to bake bread, won't your family starve to death? If you don't know how to pickle or smoke meat, if your family kills cows, sheep, pigs, and other livestock, won't you be able to finish it in one meal? Won't the leftovers rot? Redbeard asked. Did the Dragon Queen say that? Yes, that's what she explained to everyone. You have to understand that the prostitutes in Yuan Kai might be proficient in the more difficult 7 cries of spring, but they don't know how to live. The Dragon Queen wants to find a wife for her soldiers, not a noble lady. That makes sense. Donswa sighed. The Dragon Queen is indeed meticulous. She doesn't do bad things out of good intentions. Redbeard seemed to have been praised. He nodded with pride and said, of course. To encourage those women to improve themselves, the Dragon Queen gives them a lot of rewards. Other than gold coins, jewels, accessories, gorgeous clothes, silk, and other material rewards, there are also nobility titles like Young Madam, Madam, Eldest Madam, and so on. Danzwa was stunned. Nobility titles specially prepared for women? Well, it was obvious that Dany had borrowed some of the ancient systems of the Celestial Empire. However, unlike the ancient dynasties, where women were noble because of men, sons, husbands, women in Slave Bay only needed to rely on their own abilities to obtain a respectable status. However, it wasn't as complicated as the ancient system of first and second grade madam, third grade virtuous lady, fourth grade respectful lady, fifth grade pleasant lady, sixth grade peaceful lady, and seventh grade gentle lady. There were only 3 ranks: young madam, eldest madam. How do you obtain a nobility title? Danzwa asked again. Redbeard thought for a moment and said, it's determined by the score of the virtuous wife test and future performance. For example, if a woman's handiwork is especially good, she can become a young madam. Her status is similar to that of a knight. If she can make inventions that benefit the people, she can become a madam or eldest madam, similar to a knight. For example, a month ago, a female textile worker in Meereen presented a loom to the queen. Because it was twice as efficient as a normal loom, the Dragon Queen directly conferred the title of Eldest Madam. At the same time, she rewarded her with 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins? Danzwa was flabbergasted. This was even more lucrative than being a mercenary. Sigh, that's why I say that the Dragon Queen is magnanimous. She said that after the loom was popularized, the benefits of all the freedmen would increase by more than 100,000 gold coins. It was equivalent to her buying the patent for the female textile worker's loom in one go. Yes, the patent was also first mentioned by the Dragon Queen. She also said that when the time was right, she would add a patent law to the code to encourage the people to work hard for a better world. Edward's eyes were filled with unconcealable admiration. For a better world. Danzwa seemed to be in a daze. Although my slave workers have also been freed by the Queen, I have to say that compared to the slave owners, I prefer Queen Dany, Edward said with a complicated tone. Oh. Danzwa came back to his senses and asked, what's that vegetable roots thing? It said that vegetable roots is divided into upper, middle, and lower volumes. The upper volume is prepared for ordinary families. It's about washing your hands before eating, bathing at least once every 7 days, how to make your own toothbrush, toothpaste, soap for bathing and washing your hair, how to identify common illnesses and treat them. Sigh, it's too much and too messy. It has almost everything. I know about toothbrushes, but what's toothpaste? Danzwa was confused. It's a paste made from herbs used to clean your teeth. Sigh. It seems that it's quite difficult to become a qualified wife. It's even harder than learning the 7 cries of spring technique. Danzwa sighed. If a woman can find a husband before she turns 18, she won't need the help of a civil officer to find a husband. Then, she won't need to take the exam. The Dragon Queen said that men have to be responsible for their own choices. Chapter 166. Most of the new freedmen under Dany's rule didn't have wives. 3 cities, hundreds of thousands of bachelors, which made her worried. Those without permanent property had no perseverance. Only when everyone had a family and a job could the society be stable and harmonious, and Queen Dany's rule could be as stable as Mount Tai. It was easy to get property, but difficult to get a wife. Without a wife, how could there be a family? Therefore, Dany urgently needed a large number of wives. At least, she had to let her soldiers live a happy life with a wife. Fortunately, Yuan-Kai was a city of bed slaves, and there were a large number of idle women. Almost all the owners of Yuan-Kai Manor were confiscated, and a large number of Gith women who lost their fathers, brothers, and husbands, plus the widows left by the yellow silk cloak who died in the battle, Dany got hundreds of thousands of women with personal characteristics. Those women, how to put it, they were not suitable to marry her soldiers. Wives were not only used to hold hands. Not to mention helping each other in the soul level, at least in the future life, the husband and wife had to support and understand each other. Obviously, whether it was the bed slaves who only knew 7 kinds of spring cries, or the Gith women who used to be superior, they were not qualified to be the new freedmen's wives. Before finding a husband for them, they must be trained to correct their past, old and rotten ideas and become new women in the free era. Well, the ideological realm could be improved slowly. At least, they should learn how to cook first, so that they wouldn't starve themselves and their husbands to death. Of course, Dany didn't force the Gith women to marry her soldiers or the new freedmen. They could also find a Gith bachelor who was willing to marry them. It was just that the soldiers who married the queen could get more material subsidies and a higher status. They would get extra points in the Good Wife assessment, and it was easier to get the title of Young Lady. In short, after the war, Dany was trying her best to clean up the single dogs in Slave Bay. It was still the old saying, only those with a family and property were good people. Good people. Hey, I found that there are more people in Yuan-Kai City, but there are fewer Gith people among them. After passing through the slightly cold dock area and entering the Western Business District, Danzo found that there were more pedestrians on the street, but there were fewer Gith people with black and red hair and toga robes. He still remembered that the last time he left, Dragon Queen did not make things too difficult for the GC people in the Western District. There may be fewer in the future, Redbeard Edward smiled. Except for the manor owners and virtuous lords who have been confiscated and imprisoned, ordinary Gith people without skills have all been sent to Meereen by the Dragon Queen. What do you mean by a skill? I remember that Yuan Kai trained slaves for bed. The red-bearded captain waved his hand to interrupt him and said, that kind of technology doesn't count. The Dragon Queen needs skills that can increase productivity. Sigh, don't ask me what productivity is. I don't really understand it either. Just think of it as the ability to produce more food and goods. So you're saying that Dragon Queen doesn't allow Slave Bay to cultivate bed slaves? Danzo said regretfully. Redbeard paused, looked at him suspiciously, and muttered, how does this affect people like you? What do you mean? Danzo's face flushed red. He shifted the large chest in his right hand to his left, and his free right hand unconsciously reached for the hilt of the sword at his waist. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Redbeard quickly apologized and changed the topic. Yuan Kai and Astapor can't have bed slave business, but Meereen has no restrictions. You can go there and try. Of course, they are no longer bed slaves. Slaves are not allowed in Slave Bay. The woman must be willing, and can only be a contract worker. If the woman doesn't want to work, she can cancel the contract at any time if she pays a certain penalty. Yo hey, yo hey. As the two of them were talking, a neat chant suddenly came from the east side of the street. As the crowd on the street dispersed, the two of them were surprised to see the Dragon Queen riding a big yellow horse, leading a long line of people from the east side of the city. The Dragon Queen's outfit today surprised them, brown open-toed leather sandals, white and slender calves exposed, a pair of medium-length silk pants covering her thighs, and a sleeveless leather vest on her upper body. Her long silver hair was braided into a long braid at the back of her head. They could see that her small knees, apricot yellow silk pants, vest, and arms were more or less stained with yellow mud. The team behind her was dressed almost the same as her, except that the color was different. They were all wearing sandals, silk pants, vests, and all covered in mud. Some of them carried hoes, some carried rakes, some pulled baskets, some pushed wheelbarrows, some pulled cows, horses, and even elephants and camels. The cows, horses, and elephants all had strange curved iron knives, plows, hanging from their backs. The two unsullied in front of the queen were each holding a long pole. A banner hung from the pole, which read, "Follow the queen's footsteps, and realize agricultural production." This is Danzo's eyes bulged. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The queen went to farm. Just as he thought this, the dragon queen walked over and raised her right fist, shouting, "For our homeland, farm hard. For our homeland, farm hard." The 20,000 farmers behind her shouted together. "Winter is coming, farm hard." The dragon queen raised her fist again, and her clear voice was exceptionally loud. Well, according to Barristan's definition of a famous general, with Dany's current voice, she had barely stepped into the threshold of a famous general. "Winter is coming, work hard in farming." The farmers shouted again. "For the queen, for our wives, for our homeland, winter is coming, farm hard." It was not until the dragon queen led the farmers into the Palace of Compassionate Peace and the nearby pyramids that Danzo came back to his senses. He stared at Edward, who was equally stunned, and said, "Is this your first time seeing this?" "I've been floating on the sea for the past month," Redbeard mumbled. After asking a passerby nearby, the two found out that the queen had been working at sunrise and returning at sunset for the past month. Almost every day, she pulled the farmers of the Agricultural Mutual Association out of the city to farm, working hard to realize the Queen's super fertile land plan of opening up 45 million acres of wheat fields in Yuan-Kai. Danzo saw that the middle-aged man who spoke to him was speaking in the advanced Valeglia language, and his words were clear, so he asked, "Sir, are you an officer of the Mother of Dragons Guard?" Well, this middle-aged man with deep eye sockets was wearing Queen Dany's militia outfit, leather sandals, brown beach pants, and a white linen t-shirt with a black dragon's head printed on the chest. It was a completely modern outfit. However, this outfit was indeed the most economical with fabric and the lowest cost. Dany currently had 4 troops under her command, white, blue, red, and yellow banners. The white banners were the Unsullied, the blue banners were the Wings of Liberty, and the red banners were the 3 main combat forces. The militia, minotaurs, and centaurs were all under the yellow banner, and were collectively known as the Dragon Mother's Guard. If newly liberated slaves were recruited, they would first join the Mother of Dragons Guard. After the militia training, those with high technical and tactical skills could join the Wings of Liberty or the Guards. In a non-war state, the Mother of Dragons Guard mostly wore militia outfits. The middle-aged man looked down at his clothes, shook his head, and said, "I serve Queen Dany, but I didn't join the Mother of Dragons Guard. The Queen didn't restrict our dress, but many ready-made clothing stores sell this true dragon battle robe. Well, it's quite comfortable to wear, cool and light." Danzo looked at his woolen sweater and half-body leather armor. It was indeed a little hot and sweaty. "I just heard you mention the Agricultural Mutual Association. What kind of association is that?" The middle-aged man didn't immediately answer his question. Instead, he asked hesitantly, "Are you a mercenary?" Dragon Queen had mercenary generals under her command, but she didn't hire any mercenaries. "I'm the deputy leader of the wind-blowing group, Danzo Dahan. I'm here to redeem the captured members of Yuan-Kai." Danzo didn't hide anything and directly revealed his identity. The thin man with deep eye sockets let down his guard and smiled, "Hello, Commander Danzo. I'm Bill Clinton, Slave Bay's Minister of Culture." Minister of Culture? Before the previous question was solved, a new question mark appeared in Danzo's mind. He suddenly felt that the current Yuan-Kai, no, the entire Slave Bay was very unfamiliar. The 3 of them had the same goal, so they didn't stop and walked together on the large square leading to the Palace of Compassionate and Peace. Bill explained as he walked, "I used to be a slave under the Great Lord of Myrene. Because I'm proficient in string instruments, I was chosen by Her Majesty as a music teacher." "Ah, so you're the Queen's teacher?" Redbeard Edward exclaimed, interrupting Bill. "Ha, that's nothing. Her Majesty is very studious. After doing farm work during the day, she would study for 3 to 4 hours at night. Literature, music, history, etiquette, medicine, forging, architecture, and so on. More than a dozen subjects, more than a dozen teachers. I'm just one of them." Bill spoke very humbly, but there was an unconcealable pride in his eyes. Clearly, he was proud to be able to teach the Queen. There are so many subjects. Can the Queen learn them all? Edward clicked his tongue. Sigh, I had similar thoughts at first, but now. Bill's expression was complicated. There was surprise, reverence, and envy. Her Majesty's learning talent is far beyond that of ordinary people. She can learn almost everything in one go. She can often draw inferences about other things and come up with new ideas that no one has ever thought of before. Are you serious? Dragon Queen's tactical talent is already so amazing, and now she's even learning literature and art, and forging and architecture. The old poet said dejectedly, how are we supposed to live? Her Majesty's swordsmanship is also very good. It's best if all the slave owners can't survive. Bill tilted his head and looked at the old mercenary, implying something. Danzo touched his nose. Minister Bill, please continue. What are the Ministry of Culture and the Agricultural Mutual Society? Bill looked at him deeply and said, more than half of the plains outside Yuankai City have been burned to the ground. The Queen intends to plant all of them with crops. But there are millions of acres of land. Even 100,000 farmers from Mireen won't be able to divide them all. Her Majesty has united everyone to form a society to help each other during the busy farming season. Danzo said incredulously, what's the use of planting so much food? I remember that Slavers Bay has never been short of food. Didn't you hear the slogan? Winter is coming. Well, after Lannister's debts must be repaid, the House of Stark's winter is coming was also stolen by Dany. I also know that summer is over, but Slavers Bay is located at the southern end of the continent. There can be a harvest in winter. There's no need to store food in advance, right? Bill had similar thoughts, but he couldn't say anything bad about the Queen. He could only shrug and continue, the Queen wants to liberate the slaves from their ideological state. She needs an official organization to manage the cultural propaganda work of Slavers Bay, which is the Ministry of Culture. Besides playing musical instruments, I'm also quite accomplished in literature, history, opera, and music arrangement. When the Queen tested us as palace teachers, I made up a story called Shrike, Hill and the Bug on the spot. Then I was appointed as the Minister of Culture. Shrike and Hill. Who are they? Chapter 167. Queen Dany once explained to her people that the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful, written in the true dragon language, meant a palace of love and peace. As the Misha of hundreds of thousands of slaves, Mother Queen gave them houses, land, and wives. She was simply too kind. Obviously, under the rule of Queen Dany, all the people lived a happy and peaceful life, maybe. So the name, Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful, that implied beauty was quickly accepted by the people of Yuankai. In their free time, the citizens were also happy to go to the big square in front of the pyramid to do some entertainment. Not square dancing, there were jugglers who circled an area to perform in the square. There were also 2 bare-chested wrestlers who rolled into a ball under the shouts of hundreds of spectators. There were also vendors who shouted loudly to sell their goods. 2 months had passed, and Yuankai had once again returned to its former glory. No, it was more lively than before. It seemed that there was a mysterious power that changed the spirit of the citizens. Danzo thought. Who are Shrike and Hill? Redbeard asked curiously. Bill smiled proudly and explained, Shrike, you are a slave. Do you know what a slave is? Before the Minister of Culture could explain, a loud shout came from not far away, and his words came to an abrupt end. Redbeard Edward and the old mercenary Danzo looked over in shock and saw a wooden stage built under the pyramid. It was almost at the same level as the first stone step of the pyramid. In fact, the two were leaning against each other. The wooden stage was backed by a blue curtain, and there were common stage props on it. There were also a few slave owners who were dressed in exaggerated, toka robes, and slaves wearing bronze necklaces. 3 sides of the stage were filled with people. There were almost 1,000 spectators. The 3 of them took a few more steps forward, and the voices of the performers became clearer. As the stage was 3 meters high, under the golden red light of the setting sun, Danzo and the others could even see the expressions on the performers' faces clearly. A fat, slave owner, with long black and red hair and a golden tassel toka robe pointed his whip at an old man kneeling on the ground and cursed, "I'll tell you what a slave is." The slave owner was as fat as a big fat pig, and the makeup on his face was exaggerated to the extreme. His mouth was red and his teeth were white, and his face was ferocious. He looked like a heinous villain. The old slave's face was haggard, and his body was thin like a hemp rope. His face was full of bitterness, which made people feel sympathy for him. As the slave master whipped the old slave with the harpy's whip, he shouted arrogantly, "Your life is not yours, the money you earn is not yours, and your daughter is not yours. As your master, I, the Lord of Kindness, have everything you have, everything. Do you understand?" But Hill is only 11 years old. He's still a child. "Benevolent Lord, please be merciful and spare her." The old slave with the collar held his head and wailed. All right, all right, all right. You want my kindness, right? I, the Lord of Kindness, will grant you kindness." The fat slave grinned and said to the yellow silk cloak, standing on both sides, "Tomorrow I'll take Hill to the arena and let the old man have a good night's rest. My kindness is not that easy to enjoy." Danzo was captivated by the 2 actors' superb acting skills. He didn't enter the pyramid immediately. Instead, he stood there and watched quietly. Soon, the scene changed to the beast-fighting arena. It turned out that the Benevolence Lord's mercy was a one-eyed wolf. Well, its name was Kindness of the Lord of Kindness. The old man's arm was bitten off by mercy. In the Colosseum, amidst Hill's cries and when the wolf devoured the old man's arm, the Lord of Kindness took her with a laugh. The Lord of Kindness did not make Hill his lover. In fact, in just 2 days, the crippled old man and Hill who had lost her virginity were forgotten by him. The scenes changed one by one. Perhaps it was a change of fortune. Hill gradually grew up and recovered from the pain of childhood. She met a handsome young slave, Mo Ta. Mo Ta and Hill met, got to know each other and fell in love. For the next 10 years, there was a sweet pink atmosphere between them. Even the background music became sweet and cheerful. Edward, who was showered with PDA, could not help but feel gratified and said, "Mo Ta is a clever young man. God bless, Hill has a good ending." Redbeard had been clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. All the muscles in his body were bulging. If the stage was not a little high, he would have rushed up and beat the evil Lord of Kindness. This plot was added at the request of Her Majesty the Queen. Bill looked at the direction of the stage with a complicated expression. "I couldn't understand her intentions before, but now, sigh, keep watching." The Minister of Culture sighed in his heart. 10 years later, the little girl Hill grew up. Under the witness of the old man, she married her childhood sweetheart, Mo Ta. The next year, the 2 had a cute baby. Over the past 10 years, their journey was not smooth sailing. There were many times when Hill and the old man faced a life and death crisis. There were many times when the beautiful Hill was coveted. Fortunately, Mo Ta was extremely smart and used ingenious means to resolve the crisis every time. It could be said that Mo Ta on the stage was the smartest person Redbeard had ever seen in his life. That was why he was happy for Hill. Unfortunately, when their child was 5 years old, he was captured by the Lord of Kindness and castrated into a little unsullied. Even with Mo Ta's divine wit, he could not save his son because the Lord of Kindness' main business was to manage the unsullied. Redbeard clenched his fists again and gnashed his teeth. He was even angrier than before. His anger was soaring. But this was just the beginning. In the 16th year, the old man was hanged by the Lord of Kindness in the punishment square because he secretly went to visit his grandson. In the 17th year, Ta and Hill had a daughter. But before she was out of confinement, Unsullied came to Hill. After throwing a silver coin, he chopped off the baby's head in front of her. Ta and Hill cried as they were pressed to the ground by the yellow silk cloak. They looked on helplessly as the smiling Lord of Kindness took away the silver coin. The musicians behind the stage curtains played sad and low music. The audience could not help but recall what the Lord of Kindness had said before. The life of the slave belonged to the master. The property of the slave belonged to the master. The child of the slave belonged to the master. Everything of the slave belonged to the master. The clever and capable Ta, the virtuous and hard-working Hill, and the honest and patient Shrike had carefully managed a comfortable life for more than 10 years. But it was more fragile than a sandcastle on the beach. Because of the slave owner's careless thought, it immediately collapsed. Slaves could not control their own destiny. Slaves needed to control their own destiny. Let go of me. I'm going to kill that bastard. Redbeard felt that he had become the Shrike and Hill was his daughter. Anger burned away all his rationality. He struggled and roared, wanting to rush up the stage and kill the Lord of Kindness. Yes, he even pulled out the dagger at his waist. Edward, calm down. This is just a play. Danzo pulled his companion and shouted. Huff, huff, huff. Edward's blood-red eyes regained some clarity. He broke free from the old mercenary's wrist and cursed in a low voice, "Damn the slave owner." But the play was not over. Hill's sad fate was not over. Another 3 years passed. Hill gave birth to 2 more children. Ta had learned his lesson. He no longer wished for a family reunion. As long as his children could survive, anything was fine. So, his second daughter was sold to Yuan Kai. She was to be trained as a bed slave. His second son was offered to the Lord of Kindness without his wife's knowledge. When she found out that her second son would also become an Unsullied, Hill went crazy. In her madness, she stabbed her husband Ta to death with a pair of scissors. Then, Hill really went crazy. Not long after, her eldest son failed the training to kill a puppy and was chopped up and fed to the dogs by the Lord of Kindness. Hill only smiled foolishly at the side without any other expression. I'm going to kill that bastard. No one can stop me. Redbeard Edward went crazy too. Not only was Edward shouting crazily, but the old poet, who was always known for his rationality and wisdom, was also red in the face. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The nearby audience was even more rowdy. The situation was almost out of control. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen was here. A silver-haired, purple-eyed woman rode a black cloth dragon onto the stage. When the Great Judgment arrived and the Lord of Kindness was burned to death by the cloth dragon's dragon flame, Redbeard felt as if a valve had opened in his chest. All the anger and resentment in his heart were vented in an instant. How satisfying! How satisfying! How satisfying! Long live the Dragon Queen! Edward yelled. Burn the slave owner to death. Long live the Dragon Queen! The audience cheered thunderously. Everyone felt as if they had eaten ginseng fruit. They felt comfortable all over. After the Lord of Kindness was burned to death, the play was not over. In the last scene, the Dragon Queen held the hand of a little Unsullied. She asked, "Why are you not going back to take care of your mother? What are you doing here?" The little Unsullied said, "I want to join the Northern Expedition Army. I want to help Her Majesty take down Yuan Kai. I want to go to Yuan Kai and help my mother find my sister." The actors took a curtain call and the play ended. "Oh my, this is Hill's son," Edward said in surprise. "He's Bedbug. That's a good story." Danzo looked at the middle-aged man beside him. "Yes, he is Bedbug." Bill nodded with a complicated expression. "You think this is just a story?" "Ha, if you have the chance, you can go to Astapor and see Hill. The real Hill, countless hills. Redbeard, Edward and Danzo were silent. The sun had completely sunk below the surface of the sea. The sky became dark, but the play on the stage was not over. Butter torches were lit in front of the stage. Under the blazing fire, the characters in front of the screen could still be seen clearly. Soon, another play opened. Danzo watched for a while and found that it was similar to Shrike, Hill and Bedbug. It was also about how miserable the lives of people under the slavery system were. The stage is so high. I guess they are afraid that people like Edward will rush up and chop people up, right? He glanced at Redbeard and asked with a smile. Ha, you guessed right. The first time this kind of play was performed on the street, the actor playing the Lord of Kindness had one of his legs broken. The middle-aged man with deep eye sockets laughed. Don't they charge money for this kind of play? Redbeard held a handful of copper coins and looked left and right. He did not see any actors coming to collect them. The audience nearby are all new freedmen. They don't have much money left. After the play, the Queen will give subsidies according to the number of performances. Danzo's eyes flashed. He probed, I'm afraid the Queen will have to spend a lot of money. I guess there are many similar plays in Slaver's Bay, right? Not many. Bill looked into his eyes and said lightly, very many. Almost all of the 1.3 million people in Slaver's Bay know the story series of 20 Years a Slave. Chapter 168. 20 Years a Slave. What's that? Danzo was puzzled. A memoir that's about to be published on a large scale, and the author is me. The book you wrote. Danzo looked at the minister up and down and said doubtfully, your experience as a slave for 20 years? It was obvious that Bill Clinton was a high-level slave. They were from a completely different world from the coolie slaves. Their lives were leisurely, and they lived more comfortably than him, the deputy leader of the wind-blowing group. Could such a person's experience help the Dragon Queen preach the need for anti-slavery? It's not just my experience. What I saw and heard can be woven into a short story similar to Shrike, Hill, and the Bug. You can think of 20 Years a Slave as a collection of stories. The old poet said disapprovingly, this kind of story can be told orally. It's a waste of paper to write it into a book. Hee hee, wait and see. Queen Dani's great invention will change the world. Bill Clinton smiled proudly. After entering the Great Pyramid, Danzo and Edward separated from the Minister of Culture. They reported their names and intentions at the desk. After waiting for about half an hour, the old mercenary and the red-bearded captain were led to the top garden by an unsullied. On the long wooden table, Dani, who had taken a bath and changed into a loose dress, was having dinner with a few subordinates. Dani swallowed the food in her mouth, drank a mouthful of red wine, and then asked, have the two of you had dinner? No. Then let's eat together. Dani invited the two. It was Edward's first time eating at the same table as the Queen. He was so nervous that he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Although Danzo was also a little nervous, he still thanked her politely and pulled his companion to sit beside Bruce. After sitting down, the old mercenary found that the Queen's food was unusually rich and simple. Toasted white bread, lamb chops smeared with honey and cloves, mushroom stewed chicken with a lot of fire dragon peppers, barley stewed beef, and frozen fruit salad. The variety was simple and there were no fancy delicacies, but the portions were sufficient. There were large pieces of meat, large bowls of soup, and toasted bread that was as thick as an arm and longer than a person. The old mercenary cut a piece of bread with a knife and dipped it in the bowl of barley beef soup. Captain Edward, what kind of seeds have you brought me? Dani asked casually. Cough, cough, cough. Redbeard almost choked on the food in his mouth. He did not expect the Queen to ask him first. I'm sorry. After taking a sip of red wine, Edward caught his breath and said, there's black rice and sorghum from the barren lands, white corn from Helcoland, sweet potatoes from an unknown island. There are even specialties from the Seven Kingdoms, such as barley from the Northern Territory, fire dragon pepper from Dorne, and many more. They are all edible exotic plants that His Majesty requested. Very good. After I see those seeds tomorrow, I will pay you the reward as promised. Danny nodded with satisfaction. Slave Bay mainly dealt in the slave trade and did not pay much attention to agricultural production. The crops were very simple, the most common were olives, grapes, wheat, and sugar beets. There was rice in the Worm River Basin, but the yield was low and the taste of the rice was terrible. After Danny took control of Slave Bay, there would naturally be no more slave trade. However, Slave Bay's location was really good. Leaving the bay was the main route of the Great Voyage. It would be a waste if they did not produce some crops that could be used as commodities. Of course, she also wanted to improve her diet. She was tired of eating bread every day. After all, this world looked like the Middle Ages, but it had actually developed the Great Voyage trade for thousands of years. Regional specialties such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, corn, rice, tea, and so on were already known by the world. It was not too difficult to find their seeds. Well, the difficult part was to popularize them locally. Well, Danny was only 15 years old now. She felt that she could cultivate hybrid rice in her lifetime. There was no need for it to be as high-yielding as Farmer God Yuan. She only needed to improve the taste so that it could grow on a large scale in Slave Bay. This was not a fantasy. After all, this world had the children of the forest. After dinner, Edward, Lara, Bruce, and the others said goodbye and left. Only Danny and Danzo were left in the garden on the top floor. How was it? After taking a sip of the barren black tea, Danny looked at the old poet and asked. The leader agreed to pass on information that is not considered core secrets to you. Ha, if you don't give me core secrets, why would I work with you? Danny sneered. Your Majesty, the Windblown Group has too little access to core secrets. If even a little is leaked, we will be in danger of being exposed. Illyrio will most likely reject the prince's return to Pentos. If that happens, won't we get nothing? The greater the profit, the greater the risk. I think this is a fair deal. Unless. After pausing for a moment and seeing that Danny's expression did not change, Danzo let out a sigh of relief and continued, unless you do not need to consider Governor Illyrio's opinion and directly agree to help the prince take down Pentos. Well, I can't let my old friend down. Danny refused. The old mercenary's eyes dimmed and said helplessly, then, what about the deal? Danny shrugged and said lightly, tell me about those that are not considered core secrets first. After knowing Dragon Queen's choice, the old mercenary did not hesitate and said directly, first of all, the previous Guys Alliance has officially changed its name to World Trade Alliance. Queers, New Guys, and Volantis will be the three heads of the alliance. Whip Island of the Jade Sea will follow Queers to declare war on you. Although Elephant Island of the Jade Sea did not join the alliance, its ruler, King Shan, has promised to provide an unlimited amount of elephant soldiers to the alliance. The barbarians are not willing to participate in the conflict of the Western continent, but the Emperor's envoy has also promised the alliance to join the trade blockade of Slave Bay. Danny supported her chin with her right hand and tilted her head, in other words, there are now two opposing alliances in Slave Bay. The military threat of the alliance, and the trade blockade of the Sea Trade Alliance. Yes, Your Majesty's summary is very accurate. The Alliance and the United Nations. Danzo nodded. This is too unlucky. The Alliance and the United Nations are such auspicious names, but it was taken by the enemy. Doesn't that make me lay foam? It doesn't make sense. I'm the one who raised the flag of freedom and liberation. What's up with Whip Island? If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know about it, Danny asked. Whip Island is nothing. It's just a barren island in the Jade Sea. But its location is too good. It's a transit station for slaves. Slaves from the Far East have to pass through there. So, Dozens of Far East slavers and pirate lords who rely on the slave trade joined the alliance in the name of Whip Island. I see. Danny was enlightened. There were two sources of slaves, war and slavers. The Dothraki were used to reducing the defeated to slaves. But the slaves that the centaurs brought to Slave Bay only made up a small portion of the total number of slaves. Most of the slaves came from slavers. For example, Missandei and her 3 siblings were captured from Nas Island by slavers. Other than Missandei, she had races from all over the world under her command. Forget about 56 races, she could make up the whole of the United States. There was no doubt that the slavers played an important role in this. Although they were scattered and individually weak, when combined, what's the reaction of the free trade city-states? She asked. Rhys promised to advance and retreat with Volantis. Although Myr and Tyrosh are also involved in the slave trade, the two sides have been fighting for control of the land of dispute for decades. It's difficult for them to join the same camp. Our captain guessed that if one of them joins the alliance, His Majesty might have another ally. Danny waved her hand and said in disdain, I won't ally with any slave city-states. Danzo was stunned and sighed. His Majesty's temper is too strong. This is a matter of principle, Danny emphasized. All right. Second, the Alliance and the United Nations are still in their embryonic form. Currently, representatives from all sides are gathering in New Gith to participate in the Dragonslayer Convention, held by Glazodon. Dragonslayer Convention? Danny's expression was strange. You are the mother of dragons and 3 dragons, the old poet explained. Glazodon has been defeated time and time again, but he still has such great appeal. Sigh, you might not know how famous you are in the major city-states. Although Glazodon has been defeated time and time again, he is also the only general who has fought you head-on many times and survived. Danny's heart skipped a beat. How many people have come to the Dragonslayer Convention? The main representatives of Volantis, Kyles, Rhys, and the barbarians are all here. Many of the slavers from the Summer Sea, Jade Sea, and Kyles Strait are also here. The convention has probably started already. What else is there? The Iron Legion's 3rd fleet has lost contact in the Smoke Sea. The New Gith people are buying dragon eggs from the Kyles royal family. The witch who left Yuan-Kai with me is now an honored guest of the Gith people. I heard the Kyles royal family has also sent her an invitation. Ha, it's best if the witch sacrifices those bastards. Danny laughed inwardly and asked, what's the matter with the Iron Legion? Why are they in the Smoke Sea? Oh, don't tell me they went to explore Valeglia with Yuluin. She suddenly realized something and said with a strange look in her eyes. Noticing her strange expression, Danzo said in surprise, is it true that Yuluin Greyjoy once explored the ruins of Valeglia? Hee, even I don't dare to let Yuluin lead the way. The Gith people are really bold. Danny sneered. You mean Yuluin tricked the Iron Legion? That's impossible. The 3rd fleet has 10 longships and 2,000 soldiers of the Gith Iron Legion. This kind of power is enough to suppress anyone in the Summer Sea. You can ask around in the Westeros. Yuluin most likely returned with a full load. The next day, Danny led tens of thousands of farmers out to plant the fields for the whole morning. Yes, planting wheat. The seasons in this damn world were chaotic. As long as winter did not come, they could keep planting and harvesting. There were even strange scenes where they planted wheat in this field in the morning and went to the next field to harvest wheat in the afternoon. For example, the Rural Mutual Aid Association that Danny set up had been planting wheat for a month. The first wheat field that was planted had already grown half a meter tall green wheat seedlings. Even if the average farmer had planted more than 30 acres of wheat, there were about 10 million acres of wheat fields outside Yuan-Kai City. Danny still pulled hundreds of thousands of farmers to plant the fields. The Yuan-Kai plains were too vast. There were more than 30,000 square kilometers of fertile land, at least 45 million acres. There were still more than 30 million acres left empty. Chapter 169. According to Danny's original plan, she would turn the Yuankai Plains into a large granary, preferably planting all 45 million acres of land. Even if the rough sowing yielded poor harvests, with only 200 pounds of wheat per acre, it could be harvested twice a year, which was 9 million tons. If each person ate 1,000 pounds of grain a year, meat, eggs, and milk were also converted into grain, then the Yuankai Plains could feed 18 million people. What did that mean? Danny doubted that there were 50 million people in the world. Anyway, there were only 1.5 million people in Slave Bay. As long as Her Majesty's full moon plan could be realized, even if it was only for a year, then when the long night came, Slave Bay would be able to survive for 10 years in its extreme state. Of course, Danny was generous in anticipating the enemy. She had already labeled the Dothraki as the Dragon Queen's exclusive. When the long night came, she had to help them no matter what. Well, there were at least 400,000 or 500,000 people. There were also Volantis and Queers. The Alliance was still discussing dragon slaying, and the real Dragon Queen was already thinking about helping the Alliance to get through the long night. She was too responsible. More importantly, according to the calculation method of the Westeros scholars, it was now the end of autumn, and winter was coming. She did not have much time. She had to full moon, or people would die if she could not jump over. So, Danny was crazily transferring the new freemen of Meereen to Yuankai. In 2 months, she had already transferred 100,000 people, and she had to continue for the next year. In her plan, the most prosperous Meereen was left to the Gith and her vassals. Well, she was also transferring the Gith of Yuankai to Meereen, and Astapor and Yuankai to the new freemen. At this time, there was only one Earl of the Broken Shackles, but after the long night, there would definitely be a large number of Earls and Marquises. Earls and Marquises with real power must have fiefs. The fiefs that Danny had arranged for them were to the north and west of Meereen. Slave Bay was an inner lake recessed into the continent of Ursos, with a land surrounded by mountains on both the east and west. With Meereen as the boundary, the land to the west had the 2 Gith cities of Yuankai and Astapor. To the east, facing the Dothraki Sea, there was a large number of ancient Valeglia city-states that had declined due to the Great Cataclysm, such as Borash, Tolos, Aurelia. In the plan, Yuankai and Astapor to the west of Slave Bay belonged to the king's territory and were directly under the queen's jurisdiction. Yuankai gave up on the bed slave trade and would be turned into a granary. He would have the most freedmen farms. Astapo, on the other hand, would develop handicrafts first. After 100 or 200 years, when the population of the royal territory began to swell, he would carefully develop the similarly enormous Worm River Plain. The eastern wasteland, with Meereen as the political and economic center, belonged to her vassals. This was actually very fair because the wealth of Meereen far exceeded that of Yuankai and Astapor, especially after the Yuankai Plain was burned down. The richness of Meereen did not only lie in the meandering Great River and the coastal plains. It was bordered by the Dothraki Plains to the north, Slaver's Bay to the south, and the Great River that connected it to the Raza in the east. It was a thoroughfare of the 9 provinces. It could be said that Meereen was the upper land, Yuankai and Astapor were the middle land, and the ancient city to the east of Slaver's Bay was the lower land. Danny took 2 pieces of the middle land that were connected together, and the vassals divided the upper land and the lower land that were also connected together. She faintly revealed this idea to her generals, and they had no objection to it. They even became more motivated, because the higher the title, the closer the fief was to Meereen. Let's talk about Danny's plan. In addition to Yuankai, Astapor and Meereen had also entered a frenzied farming mode. Although a large number of new freedmen had left Meereen, the Gith of Yuankai, the captured Gith warriors, the sentenced slave owners, and the manor lord of Yuankai had all gone to Meereen. Together, there were nearly 60,000 adult males. This time, Danny did not go on a killing spree. Except for Sage Yuankai, who was the direct murderer of the massacre of 50,000 slaves, the rest of the Gith were sentenced to reform through labor and education. Well, the education was not long. The shortest was 3 to 5 years, and the longest was 10 years. When this sentence was announced, even the freedmen of Gith could not help but shout, "The Queen is merciful." Merciful? Oh, in 2 years, the long night will come, and then there will be at least 5 years of polar night. The whole world will lose sunlight, and even if the ghosts are defeated, there will be 8 to 10 years of severe winter. 30% of these 50 to 60,000 male prisoners will be shouting, "The Shackle Earl is merciful," next summer. Well, the Shackle Earl, Cleon, went to Meereen as the lord of the city. The pyramids in Meereen were also taken down by the Gith people under his command, and he supervised the 60,000 Gith prisoners in Meereen Manor. In short, Queen Dany embraced the new freedmen of Slave Bay with love and smiles, and the Shackle Earl drove the Gith people with roars and whips. In the end, Queen Dany harvested a warehouse full of wheat, rice, and the love of all the people. How could they not love her? With the Shackle Earl as a comparison, the Gith people would find that Her Majesty the Queen was an angel, a savior. Well, although the Shackle Earl had some Gith blood, he hated the slave owners and the high Gith people, nobles, merchants, manor owners, even more than most of the foreign slaves under Dany. If it were not for Dany's prestige, that guy would have castrated thousands of small Gith people. In the Queen's court, Cleon had repeatedly suggested that, blood for blood, chicken for chicken, to castrate all the Gith people and make them unsullied. Later, Dany secretly asked the Astapor people. It was said that Cleon was the son of a slave girl, born to be a slave. It was said that Cleon was not bad when he was young. It was said that the good Lord had done many indescribable things to the butcher when he was young. It was said that, in short, after Sir Shackle Earl watched the revolutionary drama made by Dany, he cried in every scene, and he could empathize with almost every story. Sigh, although that guy's character was not good, he was violent, and he was a little lustful. After becoming a knight, he had 2 lovers. But he was a good person. His consciousness was high, very high, and his spirit of resistance to the slave owners and the slavery system was particularly strong. He could also perfectly accomplish what Queen Dany wanted to do but could not. What a good comrade. After the completion of the migration, there would be more than 500,000 people in Yuan Kai. 500,000 people would follow the Queen to the Great Plains to farm. On average, they would work for 2 days and rest for 1 day. In the Queen's Liberation Plan, there were also 25 million acres of land in Meereen that needed to be farmed. But the new freemen had been summoned to Yuan Kai by the Queen, and the Butcher Earl could only happily exploit the 200,000 freemen of Gith, and almost 100,000 convicts of Gith. There were 60,000 in Yuan Kai, and 40 or 50,000 in Meereen. In addition to Meereen and Yuan Kai, Dany's old nest, Astapor, also had a quota in the Liberation Plan. 15 million acres of farmland and 10 million acres of grassland. It seemed exaggerated, but in fact, the task was not heavy. Because in the past half a year, Dany had already cultivated 7 million acres of land in Astapor. In the Battle of Bayang Slope, Dany had to liberate 70,000 to 80,000 strong slaves. And 3 days after the end of the war, the 30,000 militiamen recruited from Astapor returned home with a large number of cattle and pack horses. The newly cultivated 8 million acres of land would be planted with cotton, flax, and other textile crops. Well, most of the excellent craftsmen in Slave Bay were migrated to Astapor. In addition to the weavers, there were also blacksmiths, bricklayers, porcelain craftsmen, and so on. And the 10 million acres of grassland was under the responsibility of Dany's Khalasar. After conquering Yuan Kai and Meereen, Little Khalasar, which used to only have 100 people, had swelled to a huge Khalasar with 20,000 people. Dany's roaring warriors were close to 4,000 people, which was a force that could not be ignored in the sea of grass. If this went on, even if the Queen's Liberation Plan was only 30% completed, Slave Bay would not have to be afraid of the long night. Well, Dany was not stupid. Although she made a plan for the Liberation Plan, she did not think that it could be 100% completed. Under the bright afternoon sun, outside Yuankai City, on the ridge of the fields. Gulp, gulp. Danny, who was wearing a slightly bloated training armor, hugged a pottery pot that was as thick as a wooden stake and drank a big mouthful of juice. She exhaled comfortably and said, "Let's not fight anymore. Let's rest for a while." On the opposite side, Baristan, who was dressed similarly, took off his helmet and put his unopened blunt sword aside. He also picked up a kettle and drank some juice as he mumbled, "Your Majesty's sword skills have improved rapidly in the past month or so. You don't lose to Prince Liga of the same age at all." Well, the respected Queen Danny shouted the slogan, "Winter is coming, all the people are farming, every day." She also carried a hoe and led tens of thousands of farmers to the ridge of the fields every morning. She did not dig the soil herself. She threw the hoe aside and only focused on training her sword skills. It was no wonder that her martial skills were getting better and better recently. "Hee, don't praise me on purpose," Danny said cheerfully. Although the reputation of Liga and Arthur Dane as the two peerless heroes was a little weak, he was indeed a first-class knight. "It's true. After nearly a month of training on the battlefield, Your Majesty has completely reached the level of, you can wield the sword as you wish. You even have the meaning of, you can wield something heavy as if it were light. Moreover, your strength has been growing rapidly recently. Your speed and strength are nearly 30% stronger than 3 months ago." Baristan looked at Danny carefully again and found that Her Majesty the Queen's body had grown taller. She was now 1.7 meters tall. Her body was tall and slender. Her shoulders were as if they were cut. Her waist was as white as silk. Her limbs were slender and powerful. She was weaker than when Qualls first saw her. There was a kind of vigorous beauty, but there was not the slightest feeling of a majestic figure. Her Majesty's talent is really good. Or rather, the Targaryen bloodline is really good. The old knight sighed secretly. Danny herself also felt that her strength had been growing rapidly recently. It was faster than the half-year of training in Astapor. She did not know whether it was because of the physical development or the high concentration of spiritual quality in her body. Chapter 170. A strength of 1.2 was already very good, which was measured according to the standard, 1, of an adult man. For example, Baristan only had a strength of 1.6, and Mormont was young and strong with a strength of 1.8. Both of them were in the extremely strong category. Danny suspected that the level of monster was specially prepared for the Demon Mountain. Well, only after fighting many times could Danny see the more accurate attribute value of the enemy. If the Demon Mountain only touched her gently, she would only see a strength of 0.3, then the Demon Mountain would punch her gently, and the value would soar to 0.8. At present, her system could not read the opponent's strength at a glance. After resting for a while, Danny took off the iron armor for training with the help of Jichi. She wiped her face with a wet towel and said to Baristan, "Sir, I will ride the dragon and leave Yuankai later. In the evening, help me bring the farmers of the Mutual Aid Association back." "Where are you going?" White Knight asked. "New guys." "What are you going to do there?" The old knight frowned. Danny's eyes flashed a cold light, and she sneered, "Not only is Grazadin not dead, but he is also holding a dragon slaughtering convention in New Guise. Many countries and trading city-states are involved. I can't do nothing. Riding a dragon and showing off in the sky above New Guise? What's the use?" The corner of Baristan's mouth twitched. "Humph, you see, I will give them a big gift," Danny said confidently. Not long after being summoned, Dahe flew from the east of the blue sky, and its shadow slid across the ground. The farmers who were working hard nearby stopped their work and looked up to see the black dragon. They all raised their hands and cheered loudly. The water buffaloes that were pulling plows in the field moaned and wanted to run away. Then, there was another sound of farmers scolding and whipping water buffaloes in all directions. Danny nimbly jumped on Dahe's back, waved to the people below, and flew into the sky. She liked riding a dragon very much. Holding the protruding bone spur on Dahe's back and watching the scenery on the ground fly by quickly, Danny had a feeling that she was controlling the whole world. She could not experience this feeling at all by plane. Danny didn't know if it was because of magic or the genes she was born with, but even if Big Black was flying at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, she wouldn't be blinded by the strong wind. Things like flying helmets could be made with the technology of this world, but there was no need for that. Just like how her eyes were not afraid of fire or smoke, her purple eyes would not shed tears even in the face of strong winds. Moreover, her vision and spatial awareness were particularly good. If she were placed in modern society, she would probably become the strongest fighter pilot. SSSS. Soon, Danny crossed the field and came to the surface of the sea. She found Little Green and Little White, who were gnawing on bison bones on Yaris Island. There were also islands in Slave Bay. Yaris Island was located between Yuankai and Astapor. It was desolate and uninhabited, but it was rich in resources. A large number of wild cows lived on it. When the three dragons were free, they liked to go to Yaris Island to find a bison to eat. Well, in more than 2 months, Goldie had also grown from a palm-sized kitten to a strong hound, but the three dragons were unwilling to play with their little brother. The 4 dragons were divided into 3 factions. Big Black was arrogant. With higher wisdom, stronger strength, and larger size, it despised its 3 younger brothers and had always been alone. Little Green and Little White grew up together. Their strength, wisdom, and size were similar. The 2 dragons were almost never separated. Goldie was the youngest. Even if it could fly out to hunt, it was always taken by Kue Luo because its 3 older brothers ignored it. However, no matter how wild it was during the day, when Danny returned to the pyramid in the evening, the 4 dragons would also follow her. They would gather together, climb on the top of the pyramid, and sleep together. At this time, Big Black flew over the trees, creating a green ripple. Danny shouted to the 2 dragons who were looking around in the forest, "Let's go." SSSS. The 2 dragons were very obedient. They put down their bison legs, stepped back, and jumped into the sky. A few months had passed, and the 3 dragons continued to grow at an exponential speed. Including the tail, Big Black was 18 meters long. Well, the long tail took up almost half of the total length of the body. When the wings were fully spread out, they could almost cover a room of 100 square meters. The maximum weight had also risen from 200 pounds to 400 pounds, almost doubling. Even Little Green and Little White could lift more than 300 kilograms. The 3 dragons were as fast as lightning, and in less than 2 hours, they arrived at Astapor. The guards above the Great Pyramid saw the megalosaurus from afar and shouted, "The Queen has arrived." Toot toot toot. The 2 Unsullied picked up trumpets and played rhythmically. Thump, thump, thump. In a moment, a group of people rushed up the stairs. There was Yora Mormont in iron armor, Little Black Sister Missandei, and a few centaur maids and Unsullied. After the war, Danny often flew back and forth between the 3 cities on the dragon, perfectly controlling the entire Slave Bay. Therefore, the 3 cities had her palace. If Doria did not die in the hands of the Faceless, it would be just right for the 3 cities and 3 palaces, and a maid would be arranged for each palace to serve as the palace manager. For example, Jichi was now in the palace of Ci Ning in Yuankai, and Ellie was in the Great Pyramid of Mirin. The queen could not be unattended, so Danny chose a dozen centaur girls to enter the palace of Chaoyang, which was the Great Pyramid of Astapor. Those maids were all from Danny's original little Cass, who had followed her through the Red Wasteland. Although their service level was a little poor, their loyalty was completely guaranteed. Nimbly jumping off Big Black's back, Danny asked Yora, "Is the thing I want ready?" Yora waved to the Unsullied behind him, and a soldier immediately carried something wrapped in fur to Danny. Yora squatted on the ground and personally removed the outer layer of the blanket, revealing a black iron rod that was as thick as a wrist and 3 meters long. The iron rod was not a perfect cylinder, and its surface was even a little uneven, with traces of hammering visible. The style of the iron rod was also very strange. One end was as thick as a beer bottle, and the slightly slender end had 3 2-finger-wide fins. The fins were hammered out and were somewhat irregular. As per your request, a full 150 pounds. Danny held the iron rod and lifted it, feeling its amazing weight, and could not help but grin. There are some flaws, but to be able to create this fury of the goddess of liberty according to the blueprint in just one night is not bad. With that, she laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, slave traders, accept the divine punishment of the goddess of liberty. This. Yora was a little embarrassed for the queen, touched his nose, and whispered, "You want to use this long iron rod to smash the people of Zingies? I'm afraid it's not as good as a barrel of kerosene. You don't understand. This kind of space-based weapon is far more awesome than incendiary bombs." Danny waved her hand and said with the look of a lonely master. "Well, Your Majesty, you have to be careful. It's best to repair it on Jean Island first," Yora suggested. "I understand." Soon, Danny's fury of the goddess of liberty was wrapped in a thick blanket again. Well, it was easier for Dahe to grab it this way. Danny switched to Little White, and Dahe followed behind with the iron rod. One person and 3 dragons did not stop, and flew straight to the south. After crossing 500 kilometers of long mountains, Danny rested for an hour on the old Zingies plains. After flying for more than 1,000 kilometers, the 3 dragons were a little tired. Yuan Kai was about 600 kilometers away from Astapor, and from Astapor to New Zingies, in addition to crossing 500 kilometers of long mountains, there were also 200 kilometers of old Zingies plains, 200 kilometers of Jiskari Strait, and 200 kilometers of Jean Island, more than 1,700 kilometers. After the Pearl Harbor incident, the Tokyo bombing that the Americans did was only 1,200 kilometers. They set off from Yuan Kai at 2 in the afternoon, and rested for an hour on the old Zingies plains. When they landed on a tall cliff on the southern edge of Jean Island, it was about 9 in the evening. Although the night affected the vision of the Megalosaurus, it did not affect their flying, nor did it make them lose their direction. Not to mention the Megalosaurus, most migrating birds did not rely on their eyes to identify directions. Danny was also a little hungry. She gnawed on a few sausages brought from Astapor, adjusted her state, and climbed on Little Green's back again. An hour later, New Zingies was already in sight. The crescent moon was like a sickle, cutting through the night. It was late at night, and this pearl of the summer sea was still dotted with a series of bright flames. On the dock, sailors were unloading goods from ships under thick butter torches, and slaves were transporting fresh water and food to the ships that were about to leave the port. In the night market, under the illumination of wind lamps, vendors were selling goods. When passing by customers encountered something they wanted, they would also stop and take the initiative to bargain with the shop owners. In the wealthy area in the south of the city, the hall of the high tower was brightly lit, and people were singing and dancing. In the administrative center of Zingies in the center of the city, the top garden of the Great Pyramid was also filled with red lights, green paper, and green figures. No one noticed that 3 black shadows swept across the sky. "Big Black, test your height limit." Danny excitedly ordered the black dragon. Amidst the whistling wind, Dahe spiraled higher into the sky. As the political and economic center of Zingies, there was only one pyramid in New Zingies. The pyramid consumed too many bricks, and the island where New Zingies was located was too small, only 2 kilometers wide and 7 or 8 kilometers long. The geographical location was good, but the resources were poor. The cost of transporting stones and bricks from outside was too high. After all, it was across the sea. Danny, who was on the back of the green dragon, looked down at the huge building with lanterns hanging on all sides and said to herself, "I hope Danzo is not lying." The leaders of the alliance live in the pyramid. Then she thought that even if there were no alliance representatives, if she could blow up the symbol of New Zingis, she could also kill a lot of slave owners. Ha! Space-based weapons are simply made to attack buildings like pyramids. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Danny seemed to see the 150-meter-high pyramid shattering into countless pieces, and the flying bricks covered the entire harbor of New Zingis. Wow, it's more than 15 kilometers, right? Vaguely feeling the position of Big Black, Danny was surprised to find that he was still flying up. Although they were at an altitude of 15,000 meters, Danny, who was in the state of the dragon spirit, found that they still had not reached the stratosphere. This planet was bigger than the Earth. Danny was enlightened. Finally, Big Black flapped his wings hard, but found that the nearby space was very calm, and the airflow was very stable. He actually entered the stratosphere. About 20 kilometers. At the same time, Big Black began to pant. He flapped his wings hard, but it was difficult to rise higher. When about 25 kilometers, Danny asked him to stop. "Shoot at me," Danny ordered excitedly. Chapter 171. Let the Gith people feel the wrath of the Goddess of Liberty. With the help of the red light from the torches and lanterns, Danny rode the green dragon from an altitude of 800 meters and swooped down to the pyramid directly below, aiming at the center of the garden on the top floor. Almost at the same time, Blackie adjusted its position at an altitude of 22 kilometers. Well, in a normal state, the three dragons could also sense Danny's coordinates even if they were separated by a continent and an endless ocean. If it entered the dragon spirit, Blackie might, well, Danny had never tested how accurate its perception was before. When they were 400 meters away from the pyramid, in Blackie's magnetic field induction, itself, Danny, and the Earth's core seemed to be connected into a line. In theory, this line ran through the center of the pyramid. So, Blackie suddenly loosened the iron drill on its claws. The wrath of the Goddess of Liberty, activate. The moment she felt the claws loosen, Danny knew that the positioning process had been completed. She patted Little Green's back lightly, drew an arc in the sky, and flew toward the sea outside the city. Well, she once watched a movie, Special Forces 2, Full Strike, where God's cane fell from the sky, and only one destroyed a modern metropolis. It was much bigger than the New Gith. It was the first time Danny did this kind of thing, and she was a little scared. She was afraid that the shock wave like an atomic bomb would blow her away, so she planned to stay away. 30 heartbeats later, the sky was still the same. 60 heartbeats later, Danny was a little anxious. The dark night still did not see the fiery meteor she expected. 90, 120, is the height too low, the speed not enough, the friction not enough. Ouch, it's here. There was no clock, and it was unknown how long had passed. When Danny was impatient, a bright red finally appeared in the dark sky. In the dim starry sky, the red meteor was so dazzling that Danny could see it with the naked eye. Ha ha ha. She laughed excitedly and almost stood up on Little Green's back. Then, a red star suddenly split into two smaller but brighter meteors. One of them fell into the sea and quickly dimmed, and the other made a rumbling sound in the quiet night and fell. Fuck this. Danny was stunned. How can the error be so big? Boom. About a kilometer to the north of Zingis City, there was a thunderous boom, and then, there was no more. What a scam. The iron staff shattered in midair. Isn't the quality of this steel too poor? It's only 25 kilometers, and it's burnt to a crisp. She couldn't help but think of the crisis she experienced at the Poplar Slope. An agile swordsman's scimitar was broken by her in a few moves. The hardness of the ordinary steel in this world was much greater than she had expected. Moreover, the direction deviation is a bit big. Even if the iron rod is not melted, it will not fall to the top of the pyramid. Danny thought in annoyance. She had seen it clearly before. When the fiery red meteor appeared, it fell towards the north of the city. If the iron rod did not break, it would most likely fall near the city wall. The tail fins weren't handled properly. Was there a deviation in positioning? Or was it too high? But if it's not high enough, there won't be enough power. Dani was confused as she rode Green Feather towards the north. Yes, Megalosaurus had 2 flight modes. They could flap their wings hard and fly forward with all their might. Their speed could reach more than 300 kilometers per hour. Or, they could learn from an eagle, spread their wings and glide in the sky with the help of the air currents. Their speed was a little slow, about 150 kilometers per hour. The former was fast, but when it exhausted their stamina, they would need to rest after 4 to 5 hours. The latter was slower, but it did not exhaust their stamina at all. They could fly continuously for 1 or 2 days. When they returned at night, Dani lay on Little Green's back and slept. The 3 dragons glided towards Astapor at a steady speed. Around 9 in the morning the next day, Dani yawned and landed in the garden at the top of the pyramid. It failed. Maybe I should change it to a big bronze ball, she said to Cora, who had a curious look on his face. The friction between the ball and the air was too large. Its flying speed was definitely not as fast as the iron rod, but at least it would not scatter. Half a month later, the spies in New Gith, the wind-blowing group, sent a shocking message. On a certain day and night, at the banquet of the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance, just as Graz, Dan was giving an impassioned speech about the 10 defeats of the evil Mother of Dragons, a fiery red meteor suddenly fell from the sky to the north of the city. Everyone was shocked, thinking that it was a bad omen. Graz, Dan was the only one who laughed and said, "The red sword piercing the north means that the Dragon Mother of the North will be in pain. This is a good omen." The next morning, the guards at the city gate found a piece of meteoric iron essence 1 kilometer away from the north of the city. It weighed 15 kilograms. Master Haru from Kour took a closer look and exclaimed, "Another, Dawn, the sword of the world's strongest, the Buddhist sword, is about to be born." 18 high-level blacksmiths spent 10 days and finally forged a giant Arak machete and a 2-handed greatsword. The machete was called Dragon Slayer, meaning the blade of the Dragon Slayer Mother. The sword was called Dawn, not to commemorate the Buddhist sword, but to symbolize the victory of the Alliance army. Although it was dim now, it would definitely come. The machete belonged to Graz, Dan, one of the commanders of the Alliance army. The Dawn greatsword was temporarily controlled by Zero, the representative of the 13th Prince of Queers. Recently, New Gith City had been promoting this auspicious omen. The people were excited, and the soldiers were in high spirits. Many city representatives who were originally hesitant also announced that they would join the Alliance army. In an instant, the Alliance army and the United Nations power increased crazily. F.C.K. Dani's eyes widened, and she could not help but curse. In the past few days, she had tested it a few more times in Slave Bay. After testing it with the copper ball, she found that for some reason, Blackie's position perception was indeed wrong. The farther the distance, the bigger the error. The iron rod would also deviate from its position in the air due to its uneven structure. When it fell from a low altitude, the ball would not deviate, but the impact would not be enough. Moreover, the copper was too soft, and it would easily burn into a pool of copper liquid. If Dani still wanted to continue the Fury of the Goddess of Liberty plan, she had to solve 2 problems. Accurate positioning and forging good steel. Oh, Dani had recently started to research the steel-making furnace in addition to continuing to lead the people to farm. The results could not be seen in a short period of time, but this world was not without awesome steel-making technology. The arsenal left behind by Valeglia, Kour. She needed to import a few master-level blacksmiths from Kour, the kind of awesome people who could reforge Valeglia's steel. Or, she might as well take the path of pure violence and let the 4 dragons train their muscles crazily. If she could carry a 2-ton stone and fly to an altitude of 25,000 meters, Dani could also very pretentiously shout, "Meteor fall." She did as she thought. Dany posted a notice to recruit blacksmiths as she began to train the weight-bearing ability of the 4 dragons. This morning, as usual, when Dany was practicing her swordsmanship on the ridge of the field, the red-haired Lila hurried over from the city on a horse. Before she got off the horse, she anxiously shouted to Dany, "Your Majesty, it's bad. The Meereen messenger Crow brought news that Snow was assassinated last night. 2 of his knights were killed, and he himself was stabbed in the waist. I'm afraid." As she spoke, her voice became choked with sobs, and her emotions were so agitated that she almost fell off the back of the horse. "Calm down, he's not dead yet, right?" Dany casually stabbed the iron sword into the ground and walked over to support her. This was a premeditated assassination. The assassin saw that his intestines were flowing out and left. "Now he's hanging on the poppy milk, I'm afraid. Jon won't make it, boo-hoo." Lila threw herself into Dany's arms and cried. "Don't worry, I'll go to Meereen now." Dany comforted her as she motioned for Ji-Chi to take off her armor. "Your Majesty, even the commander of the Meereen garrison was assassinated. I'm afraid the situation is a bit." Barristan said worriedly. "You come with me," Dany said. "Well, I'll protect your Majesty," Whitebeard said solemnly. After a while, Big Black and Little Green landed on the ground. Whitebeard climbed onto Big Black's back, Dany rode the green dragon, and the 2 quickly flew in the direction of Yuan Kai. Well, Little Green and Little White were not allowed to be ridden by others alone. Dany could fly with them, but under Dany's command, anyone who was not malicious to Dany could ride Big Black. They could not be regarded as Big Black's knights because Big Black did not listen to them at all. In essence, it was still Dany who took them to ride Big Black. Dany changed into her grey full-body armor, and Barristan also changed into a white glazed knight's armor and a white cloak, the standard outfit of the Kingsguard. After fully armed, the 2 continued to rush to Meereen. In less than an hour, the 2 dragons arrived at Meereen, but they did not immediately go down. Instead, they first circled around the top of the Great Pyramid. When the horn sounded, several unsullied captains and Eyrie came to the top garden together. They waved to the 2 in the sky, and the 2 dragons landed on the turf. "I should prepare a pair of crystal goggles," Whitebeard said as he lifted his helmet and rubbed his watery eyes. "Take me to see Jon," Dany said directly to Eyrie. On the 32nd floor. In a spacious stone room, Dany saw Jon in a coma. The morning sun shone through the skylight on the knight's pale face. If it were not for the golden light between the wings of his nose that could see the fine dust moving with his breath, Dany would have thought that this was a lifeless corpse. She lifted the sheet covering him and unwrapped the white linen wrapped by the healer. A strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of strong liquor spread in the stone room. Fortunately, there is no strong smell of feces. Dany breathed a sigh of relief. His intestines are not broken. Barristan, the veteran slayer, immediately reacted. "It's broken, but not too serious," Dany waved to Eyrie and said, "Go, and get the box with the short dagger in my room." She then said to an unsullied, Missand, "Help me take off my armor." "Sir Barristan, take someone and guard outside the door. Don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes." Several people answered together. After more than a month of fighting, there were many wounded soldiers. Dany had already demonstrated the bloody scene of cutting open the stomach to save people, dozens of times in front of everyone. Barristan and the others did not doubt it at all. Because Dany had long known that her surgical skills would be used one day, she began to collect medical books on anatomy as early as the time of Qualls. Don't doubt, this world's anatomy was very developed. The scholars in the old town had studied human anatomy for at least 3,000 years. There was a great scholar named Cabin who even created a different world's version of Frankenstein. In the eyes of others, Queen Dany was a genius. With only a few medical books and the guidance of a few doctors, she became an outstanding medical scholar. Well, Barristan believed that if the queen went to the old town to participate in the examination, she would definitely be able to forge her own silver necklace. Chapter 172. An hour later, Danny applied a layer of anti-inflammatory ointment to the sutured wound and asked the doctors next to her, "Do you understand?" "My eyes understand, and my mind remembers, but my hands. I can't do it." An old black man smiled bitterly. Yes, this is a very complex wisdom. Although we have seen you do it many times, we only dare to treat ordinary knife wounds now," the people next to him echoed. "Hey, help him wrap the gauze," Danny said as she washed her hands. "Remember to change his dressing in the evening." After conquering Myrene and coming into contact with senior doctors, Danny was surprised to find that there were anti-inflammatory ointments in this world. An ointment made of mustard seeds, nettles, and baker's yeast. Danny guessed that this ointment contained a small amount of penicillin, unpurified raw penicillin, like the mustard brine, and tofu mold, made in ancient times. "How is he?" Baristan asked with concern after Danny pushed the door open and left. "If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to survive." Danny waved to Missandei's brother, Missandei, and called him to her side. As she walked to the upper palace, she asked, "Where is Klein?" The Great Pyramid of Myrene was taken down by Danny in a surprise attack. After that, she lived here. When the butcher Clyde came to Myrene to become the acting governor, Danny still retained the ownership of the Great Pyramid. Because no one dared to live in the room where the queen used to live. So, Danny followed Astapor's old example. The upper level of the pyramid belonged to her, the lower level was transformed into a yamen for handling disputes, the lower level was the government office, and the middle level was the material storage room. The Unsullied and the city guards could live below the queen's chamber. As the governor of Myrene, Klein should also have an office in this pyramid. Last night, after the news of the assassination of Commander Bolton, the Earl of Broken Shackles immediately asked the scholar to send you a letter. He took hundreds of soldiers to search for the assassin overnight and has not returned yet, Missandei said. Danny nodded, satisfied with Klein's enthusiasm. "What's the matter with John?" "He is the commander of the city guards and the banner master of the Red Dragon banner. Even if I leave the city guards infantry regiment in Yuankai, he still has 4,000 cavalrymen and 5,000 newly joined militia. 500 Unsullied remained in Myrene. They were mainly responsible for guarding the Queen's Great Pyramid and ensuring her safety when she came to Myrene. In addition to John's 9,000 infantrymen, Klein also had 500 cavalrymen and 500 gladiator infantry. Well, John's army belonged to Danny, and was responsible for helping the Queen maintain the stability of Myrene. Cleon's 1,000-foot cavalry belonged to his private army. Because Cleon was a count with real power, he had a fief and the responsibility to help the Queen guard the border. It was impossible to do without an army. Of course, this does not include Gith prisoners of war and labor prisoners, who can also be transformed into soldiers when necessary. Missand's expression was awkward as he stammered, "Last night, sir, and a few colleagues went to the Western District to look for prostitutes. They didn't bring many guards with them." John and Lila didn't. "Alas, it seems that I didn't arrange it well. I have to find a chance to transfer Lila to Myrene." When Bruce Wayne and Lila Amber were in the Rose Regiment, they were the infantry squadron leaders, so after the reorganization of the city guards, they were still responsible for commanding the infantry. During the Northern Expedition, the cavalry commander John Bolton participated in the Myrene raid with Danny. After that, he stayed there, while the infantry of the Red Flag Army were stationed in Yuankai. "Your Majesty, the Count of the Shattered Shackles is here." Not long after returning to the top palace, the Unsullied who was guarding outside the door came in to report. "Let him in." Klein had also changed into a knight's armor, gilded and polished. The sunlight from the skylight fell on his body, making him look like a golden man. On his left and right shoulders, there was a golden boar head ornament with long tusks. The golden boar's tusks were biting on a palm-sized golden ring, and the golden ring was fixed to a floor-length golden cloak. It looked extremely heavy, and as the butcher count strode, the cloak stuck to his back and did not float. The cloak was embroidered with black thread of a roaring giant holding an axe, surrounded by circles of broken chains. This was the Count of the Shattered Shackles family emblem. Klein took off his helmet and tucked it under his armpit, and came to the queen's seat with the smell of blood. As he walked closer, Danny could see his face through the plate armor on the butcher count's chest. "So shiny, aren't you afraid of death?" The corner of her mouth twitched, and she complained in her heart, "Even I don't dare to wear such a flashy golden armor. If I go to the battlefield, I'll be a huge third wheel, and I don't know if I can survive 2 episodes." But Danny didn't say anything. Not to mention the golden armor, even if Klein had a diamond armor, the queen had no right to interfere as long as his money came from a normal source. Well, Klein was indeed rich. Danny never mistreated her subordinates. After taking Slaver's Bay, almost all the high-ranking officers became rich. As the only count under the Dragon Queen, Klein was even richer than before. After saluting, Klein shouted in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, don't worry, I've already caught the sons of the Harpies and brought them to justice, no more, no less, I've caught them all. No more, no less." Danny face-palmed. Those guys bastards, everyone has a disloyal heart, it's not wrong to catch a few more." The butcher gritted his teeth. "Cough cough, Klein, the code clearly states that under my rule, people have high and low statuses, but personal beliefs and races are equal, so don't say, bastards, again." It was absolutely impossible for everyone to have equal statuses, so she could only preach the equality of races and beliefs. "Your Majesty, I won't say it in public." Klein shouted. "Okay, tell me, what's going on?" Some of the guy's freemen secretly formed an underground society called the Sons of the Harpies. The main purpose of this society is to oppose your great rule and restore the glory of the decaying slave empire. The members of the society call themselves the Sons of the Harpies and wear the mask of the Sons of the Harpies. They plan to do it in 3 steps. First, they secretly assassinate the new and famous freemen, making the name Sons of the Harpies, strengthen the society, and absorb more Sons of the Harpies. Then, they began to assassinate our soldiers, from the patrol soldiers to the basic officers, making Myrene jittery and weakening our strength little by little. I'll weaken them, and they'll finally show the flag of the Harpies, take down Myrene, and cut off my head. Klein gritted his teeth, and his fierce face twisted into an ugly demon-like expression. Danny was a little shocked. Did a lot of people die? Why didn't I receive any news? She wondered. Alas, this is still the plan. Before they could do anything to the new freeman, they met the drunk Sir John. Klein waved his hand. "How do you know so much? Did those people confess in just one morning?" Danny asked curiously. That group of cowards. Their hearts are as vicious as demons, but their bones are as soft as slugs, and their methods are as weak as children's play." Klein's tone could not hide his disdain. Then, he turned to Danny and said, "Of course, the reason why I was able to capture those rebels so quickly and interrogate them about their plans was all thanks to the system of household registration, and the 10 households sitting together that your Majesty set up." Danny had no doubts about catching the assassins. Hearing Klein say that it only took half a day to catch all the Sons of the Harpies, she was not surprised. In the original plot, Danny Rise was badly battered by the Sons of the Harpies. Countless freemen who supported her were killed, and a large number of Unsullied were killed. Even Baristan died in the hands of the Gith soldiers, he did not die in the book. She herself was forced to escape on a dragon. In the end, even the little demon Tyrion came to Myrene, but he could not solve the rising rebellion. It could be said that Danny Rise's rule in Myrene completely collapsed, and her cause of freeing the slaves was a complete failure. In the end, she could only bring the Unsullied and the Centaurs away from Slaver's Bay, leaving behind a devastated city, countless corpses of the new freemen, and numb and despairing eyes of the new slaves and curses. It must be known that the original Danny Rise's territory did not include Astapor and Yuan Kai, only the city of Myrene. Who knows if the director, author, cast a halo on Danny Rise and Tyrion, or if Tyrion did not do anything on purpose. From any dynasty in the Celestial Empire, any qualified rank 7 county magistrate could easily solve this small problem, but it forced Dany Rise, who had 3 dragons, to her death. At this very moment, a butcher who had never been to school and didn't have much experience took less than 12 hours to catch all the assassins the first time the Harpies' son committed a crime. He even dug out all the core members of the Harpies organization. Dany Rise did not even do anything, and the rebellion was already quelled. This, one could not help but sigh. The wisdom of the Chinese ancestors in the field of governance really left the foreigners behind by a few hundred streets. There were 2 very simple rules: organize the people into households, and register all the population and family relationships. If 10 households were to sit together, if one person broke the law, all 10 households nearby would be implicated. The sons of the Harpies wearing masks? Hee, there were only a few dozen, or even a few hundred households in the street where the crime happened. You could fool 1, 2, 10, 100 households, but could you fool everyone? The Gith people hated the Dragon Queen, but if the Gith people were united, determined and fearless, Dany Rise would not have been able to take down Slavers Bay. So, in order to not be implicated, and also because they could not stand the butcher's torture, someone must have confessed the identity of the sons of the Harpies. What happened next was simple. Just like what the butcher said, the Gith people were extremely cruel to their slaves, but they themselves were cowardly slugs. Those who had the slightest bit of courage put on the yellow silk cloak, and all the yellow silk cloaks were defeated by Queen Dany Rise, captured and locked in the field camp outside the city. The rest were the cowards and the children of the rich. It was true that the butcher was uneducated, but he was not without ability, especially when it came to dealing with the Gith people. Clegane was an expert. In fact, the current Meereen was very similar to Xianyang when the 6 kingdoms were first united. Chapter 173. The 6 kings were one, and the 4 seas were one. The imperial concubines, the princes, the imperial grandsons, the imperial palaces, the carriages came from the Qin, the morning songs and night strings, the people of the Qin palace, the royal family, nobles, and imperial concubines of the fallen country were all moved to Xianyang city. There were more than hundreds of thousands of people, but when have you heard of the sons of the 6 states assassinating the ministers of the Qin dynasty? In fact, until the death of the 2nd king of Qin, none of the GC people of the celestial dynasty dared to cause trouble. Well, the first emperor of Qin didn't even have a dragon. Not to mention the Qin dynasty, in any of the dynasties of the celestial dynasty, even the night before the fall of the country, there was no case of internal members rebelling and almost forcing the emperor to death. In Dany's view, it was too easy to rule the Slavers Bay because the GC people were mixed race and had long lost the blood of the original race. To put it bluntly, the current GC people were a rotten and inferior race. More importantly, they didn't have an advantage in population. The GC people in the Slavers Bay only accounted for 1/5 of the total population. The 3 cities of the Slavers Bay only needed to arrange 3 qualified county magistrates. The previous owner, Dany Leasy, didn't feel the hardship at all. Instead, she spent a lot of time out of the city every day to do farm work and practice swordsmanship. The son of the Harpy just came out and did something. Dany didn't even have time to ask before the illiterate Clegane easily uprooted them. Clegane, what are the identities of the people involved? Are there a lot of people? Dany's right elbow pressed against the wide armrest, her palm supporting her chin, and asked calmly. A total of 743 people were arrested. 25 of them are GC merchants and small nobles who kept a lot of wealth. The rest are all GC citizens. But I suspect that there are descendants of great lords and even the Green Saintess involved. It's just that they hid very well and didn't find any evidence of their direct involvement. Speaking of this, Count Butcher couldn't help but sigh and complain. Sigh, Her Majesty is still too kind. Other than the great lords who participated in the GC alliance who were deprived of their property, the small and medium merchants and nobles only lost their titles and pyramids, and then were fined a sum of money. The Holy Grace Temple of the three cities was kept intact. It's too easy for them. I've said it before. Citizens' property is sacred and inviolable. Although those merchants buy and sell slaves, they mainly use slave workers to run legitimate businesses. As for the temple, it's a group of weak women who have no true faith. Danny sighed helplessly and asked, I can't confiscate all of a cloth merchant's property and send his whole family to reform through labor just because he bought slaves to work as weavers, right? Your Majesty, I have to say something very disrespectful. You are completely wrong, Klein said, shaking his head. Danny asked curiously, what did I do wrong? In the world, our enemies are the slave owners and slave-catching teams, but in Slave Bay, the enemy class can be accurately determined to be the Giz race. Sire, you must realize that the Gith people will not love you or like us, the new freemen, in any case. Therefore, we must always and firmly implement the policy of attacking the upper echelons of Guys. As you taught me before, the Guys slave owners are class enemies, and their personal composition is naturally not clean. Danny's cheeks were slightly red, she touched her nose awkwardly and whispered, do you remember those words? Of course, I think your Majesty's words are very reasonable. Only by completely defeating the decadent slavery system can we realize the free and beautiful feudal system. She didn't know if the revolutionary martyrs on earth would climb down from heaven and beat her for tampering with the classics. After taking down Astapor, Danny knew that there would be a battle between herself and the Guys slave owners. In order to equip her younger brother ideologically, she had gathered the generals in the army together several times and used, just a few words were replaced, anti-imperialism, feudalism, with anti-slavery, and building a XXX beautiful society, with building a peaceful, free, and advanced beautiful feudal society. She didn't remember much, she just said what she thought. Now that she thought about it, Danny herself was not in a hurry to say anything. But she didn't expect that after almost a year, Klein still had an epiphany. Does this guy really have the talent of singing? Klein, your thinking is very advanced and radical. Danny racked her brain to find the right words. But we are surrounded by enemies, and there is a whole world waiting for liberation outside. If we slaughter the Guys people for no reason now, will there be anyone who will surrender to us in the future? Therefore, we must insist on implementing the concept of development with the code as the core. Neither the Lord or the Queen can violate the code at will. Finally, Danny winked at the Butcher Earl, who looked thoughtful, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, so, do you understand? A little, but I still don't quite understand. Klein also whispered. Hey, why are you so unenlightened? We can't violate the code. Naturally, the Guys nobles and rich merchants can't. If they dare to violate it, you can judge them according to the code. Danny said resentfully. But, Klein said blankly, it's because I can't catch them that I can't arrest the people behind the scenes. Hey, come closer. Danny waved to the butcher. I'll tell you another story. It happened about 6,000 years ago, decades after the Undulls invaded the Westeros. Well, the ancestors of Lannister in the western region were originally ancestors, and the people and nobles under his rule were also ancestors. But the Undulls' Iron Knights were too powerful. At that time, the king of Casterly Rock, Jarrow Lannister III, lost several battles in a row and couldn't bear it. He crowned his son-in-law, the Undull Sir Joffrey Layton, as the next king of Casterly Rock. Thus, the war between the western region and the Undulls ended. But after the Foreign War ended, the Civil War began again. How could the Undulls king of Casterly Rock convince the vassals of the ancestors? Sir Butcher said thoughtfully, it's a bit like the current situation at Slave Bay. The rotten Guys people are the ancestors, and the powerful us are the Undulls. The ancestors want to rebel against the Undulls king. That's right. Danny gave him an appreciative expression and continued, later, a scholar Lai, from the Westeros city of learning happened to meet the king of Casterly Rock. Danny picked out some of the stories of Lai Junction's scholar Lai, adapted them into stories that fit this world, and told them to Klein. Butcher Count listened with fascination, eager to give it a try. In the end, she clapped her hands regretfully and sighed, it's a pity that Scholar Lai's magnificent work, the Luo Weave scripture, has been lost. Otherwise, oh, what a pity. Earl Butcher shouted with a regretful expression. Danny nodded and sighed, the matter of Scholar Lai helping King Casterly Rock quell the rebellion of the ancestors' descendants has gradually been forgotten by time. There is no more Scholar Lai in the world. Klein couldn't help but say excitedly, Your Majesty, I'm willing to be your Scholar Lai. Very good, but don't worry. Danny raised her hand to appease him and lowered her voice, you know about the alliance. We can't be passive and have to find allies. So, after a while, I will leave Slaver's Bay and ride a dragon to the western continent for a state visit. Coer, bravos, about half a month, maybe a month. So, do you understand? Danny gave him a look. I don't understand. Earl Butcher said blankly. Alas. Danny rubbed her face in annoyance. Why didn't these foreigners have any eyesight at all? They didn't even know how to share the Queen's worries. This subject was too unqualified. She asked woodenly, what don't you understand? I understand looking for allies, but... Klein's shiny fat face was full of confusion. What does this have to do with the trial of those Gith rebels? Crash. Danny's right hand, which was wearing a lobster-shaped iron glove, reached out and grabbed the golden boar buckle on Klein's shoulder. She pulled hard and pulled the confused Butcher closer. She whispered into his right ear, do you know why Scholar Lai launched the purge when King Kai Yen was not around? Because His Majesty is benevolent and noble. I can't wait to exterminate those Gith people, but I can't do that. Kind, innocent, noble, and elegant, I'm not suitable for those things. When Scholar Lai does those things, I'd better not be there. Now, Scholar Lai, let me ask you, do you understand? Sir Butcher's eyes dodged, and his voice trembled as he said, Understood. Too terrifying. Previously, he had secretly mocked the Queen for being a soft-hearted little woman. Now he understood why she was the Queen, and he worked so hard, but he was only a count. Ding dong, your subordinate Klein's fear of you plus 40, full value, loyalty plus 20, full value. If Danny had an emperor system, she would definitely hear such a prompt. Danny's iron hand exerted force, and the wild boar head made of pure gold was deformed. She asked calmly, you're the only one who knows about this. Even I don't know about it. Do you understand? Understood, I can't understand more. Sir Butcher nodded like he was pounding garlic. Hee, Count Klein, I'm very happy that you caught the assassin. Danny smiled and patted his shoulder a few times. She invited softly, it's almost noon. Let's have a drink together to celebrate. Half a month later, the Volantis merchant who came to Astapor to buy white sugar brought a message from the Westeros. Renly, Robb, and Joffrey had fallen one after another. Prince Renly died in the first half of last year. The sausage-mouthed fatty fought Doxim had a strange expression. He lowered his voice and said, it was said that his soul was taken by his brother's blood magic. Yes, the grain merchant who was captured by Danny at Poplar Slope came to Astapor to buy goods again. At first, when the merchants heard that the Queen was willing to buy their cattle, horses, grain, oil, and other goods at the battlefield price, they were all excited and shouted, Long live the Queen. Later, when they found out that the difference between the battlefield price and Astapor's market price would be paid to the merchants in the form of subsidies, they all gritted their teeth and cursed, damn the female butcher. In the end, they reluctantly rushed for more than 20 kilometers and came to Astapor's commercial street. Gods above, this is sugar. Premium white sugar. So fine, so white, so clean, so pure, such white sugar. I want it all. What? My subsidies have been used up. This. Such fragrant liquor, as pure as water. 1 bottle can exchange for 10 bottles of fruit wine. It's so worth it. I want it all. Why are your bronze wares so shiny? Are they gilded? What, so cheap? I want it all. Astapor also has glass. The purity is not as good as mill. What, so cheap? I want it. A group of merchants rushed into the shop like mad dogs and spent the last copper coin in their pockets. The quota that Danny set was completely useless. In just one time, the merchants used up all the quota. The law of fragrance was too powerful, and it was useful in another world. Chapter 174. Barristan's eyes widened as he looked at the fat merchant in disbelief. Are you sure that Duke Renly died at the hands of Stannis? Ever since Slavers Bay began to gather information, they had already known about Renly's death. However, other than Danny, the others were not sure about the cause of Renly's death. Danny had also vaguely mentioned that the one who benefited the most was the murderer. Obviously, Stannis, who had gained the 20,000 troops of the Stormlands and the sole right to inherit the Iron Throne, benefited the most from Renly's death. Renly was the Duke of the Stormlands, and Stannis's fief was Dragonstone Island, the land of the Targaryens. However, neither Barristan nor Jorah Mormont agreed with her conjecture. Stannis was an upright man to the point of being rigid. It was hard to imagine why Eddard Stark did not become sworn brothers with him, Jorah said with a complicated expression. Stannis was not popular because of his adherence to the law and traditional morals. If not for the fact that he was married and had a daughter, many people would have thought that he was the reincarnation of Saint Burleigh. This was Barristan's evaluation of Erlu. In any case, in the hearts of the people of Westeros, Stannis was a man of integrity, tenacity, and bravery. He was not a sly person, and he would never commit the crime of killing his own family. Well, there were 3 unforgivable crimes in Westeros: violating the rights of guests, not following the sacred oath, and being stained with the blood of family members. The fat merchant pursed his sausage-like lips and said with absolute certainty, I have received news that Catelyn Tully, Duchess of Stark, saw Stannis's shadow/Renly's throat with her own eyes. Even his laryngeal armor was cut open like tofu. This magic power, how is it possible? Jorah Mormont said in a daze. He did not want to believe the words of the Volantis merchant, but he understood that in order to get a discount from the Queen, he would try his best to get the most accurate information. Well, this fat man was one of Dany's intelligence personnel. He was in charge of collecting information west of Volantis, especially information related to the Westeros. There were ships from the 7 kingdoms docking at the port of Volantis almost every day. You're making a fuss over nothing. Her Majesty has dragons. Faust didn't think much of it. Then he went on. Not long after Renly's death, Renly's new wife, Marjorie Tyrell, the Little Rose, remarried Joffrey in a secret arrangement that no one knew of before. In other words, Gao Ting, who had once supported Lannister, had changed his allegiance to Lannister. Duke Tywin, good move. With a flip of his hand, he could create clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He had almost single-handedly changed the situation where Lannister was fighting 1 against 5. Stannis attacked the King's Landing from both land and sea. In the end, the imps set fire to all the warships, and the allied armies of Tywin and Tyrell cut off their escape route. In the end, they miserably fled back to Dragonstone Island. Theon Beira is out. They haven't even shot down the wild goose yet, and they're already arguing over whether to braise it or steam it. Isn't Erlu too stupid? Dany said with disdain. If Erlu and Sanlu worked together, with Dragonstone Island's huge navy and Renly's 70,000 infantry and cavalry, who in the Westeros would be their match? If they took down the Iron Throne, no matter who became the king, they would still be the victors. But Erlu was an idiot. They didn't even deal with Lannister before they started fighting among themselves. Cora and Barristan had previously insisted that Stannis was one of the top 3 generals of the Seven Kingdoms. Oh, Duke Tywin, who had been beaten to a pulp by the rookie Robb on the battlefield, was also one of the top 3 generals. According to Barristan's obscure disclosure, Barristan Thermy was naturally the top general, then Stannis was second, Tywin was third, Rando Tarly was fourth, and Blynden Tully, Blackfish, was fifth. Well, Robert didn't count. He was recognized as the top general, not a general who commanded an army. Hearing the disdain in Dany's words, Barristan frowned and retorted, "How many people can remain calm when faced with the temptation of the Iron Throne?" "Alright, that makes sense," Dany reluctantly agreed with him and nodded to Fatty Faust. "Continue." "Stannis is out, and the only one left is Robb Stark." Fatso Faust shook his head in disdain. "He's an idiot. Because of a woman, he broke his engagement with Marquis Fry and caused the death of his entire family. That's Snow, the bastard of the Northern Territory." Barristan frowned as he thought about that name. "The captain of the Ginkgo Maiden, Jordan Snow," Mormont said with a gloomy face. "Yes, that's him." "What's that guy doing? Did he encounter a shipwreck?" Whitebeard was confused. Mormont looked at Fatty and asked, "How many people died in the Northern Territory, nobles?" "You know?" Faust asked in surprise. "Is it Marquis Fry of River Delta?" "He killed Robb Stark at the banquet." Whitebeard asked. Faust was even more surprised, but he did not ask any more questions and said directly, "Yes, the young master broke the engagement, but he was unwilling to give up the power of the Fry family, so he asked his uncle to marry a daughter of the Fry family for him." Although Fry agreed, he had already secretly colluded with Roose Bolton and Tywin. On the night of the wedding, 5,000 drunken Northern Territory soldiers were all dead. Smack! Jorah Mormont clapped his hands and cursed with a terrible expression, "I told you, that red-haired boy will kill everyone. And that old leech Lou Bolton, he even did something like killing a lord. Does he have any sense of honor?" Dany stared blankly at the knight who had lost his honor. "Oh, you're also a noble of the Northern Territory." Faust came to a realization and comforted him, "Don't be agitated, Lannister didn't have a good ending either. Just after the rebellion of the 3 kings was quelled, King Joffrey was poisoned to death at the wedding banquet." Jorah Mormont's eyes widened and said in disbelief, "What about the King's Guard? The King's food is checked by special personnel, right?" He was also a King's Guard. Although Barristan looked down on him a little, he did his best to teach him the skills to protect the royal family. "It's said that the king's uncle, the little devil Tyrion, poisoned the wedding banquet. No one was on guard," Fat Faust said. Barristan said sadly, "I didn't expect that the 7 kingdoms' vassals would fall to such a level, killing their own kin, violating the sacred marriage contract, and murdering the guests at the wedding. Morality is lost, etiquette is broken, music is broken." He could not help but look at Dany, his melancholy blue eyes flashing with anticipation. "Your Majesty, only you can save the Westeros now. Why don't we find a chance to return to the Westeros?" "Ha, the Alliance is organizing an expeditionary force. If you return to the Westeros now, don't you want Slave Bay anymore?" The fat merchant glared. Dany smiled and said to the merchant, "Faust, the news you brought is very valuable. I'll give you a 15% discount on the sugar, how about it?" "Ha, thank you, Your Majesty." The fat man was also tactful. After a few words of thanks, he immediately took the initiative to say goodbye. After all the outsiders left, Dany frowned and said to Whitebeard, "I don't care about the Alliance, but there are only a few months left in autumn, and then there will be years of cold winter. If we return to the Westeros, what's your plan, sir?" "I don't know, the current situation of the 7 kingdoms is beyond my imagination, but there's one thing I'm sure of." The old man's eyes were like a mother who had just lost her child. There was confusion and pain. The 7 kingdoms must not have prepared for food storage. It was also when he saw Dany frantically farming that the old man realized that 11 years of long summer meant that there would be at least 4 years of severe winter, but the Westeros who had been ravaged by war did not prepare for winter at all. Well, regarding Danny's slogan, prepare for 10 years of long nights, he only thought that the queen was lenient in anticipating the enemy. He did not really think that there would be 10 years of cold winter. Sir Yora, what do you think? Danny turned to the miserable man who seemed to have lost his father. His father was really dead. Not only was his father dead, he did not know how many members of his aunt's family were left. I think, if it's possible, I would like to go home and take a look. Yora's eyes emitted a strange light. Your Majesty, how long does it take to fly from Slave Bay to Bear Island? This. Danny crossed her arms in front of her chest, tilting her head and thinking. The Megalosaurus's fastest speed was over 300 kilometers per hour, but it could not last long and was not suitable for long-distance travel. If it glided at a high altitude, perhaps it could last a day and a night? She had not tried it. If it glided at a high speed, that was, flapping its wings from time to time, accelerating and gliding again, it should be able to reach 200 kilometers per hour. Then, she asked Elisa to return to her room and take out the world map, preparing to estimate how big this world was. Slave Bay was 2,200 kilometers away from Volantis, more than 4,000 kilometers away from Pentos in a straight line, and from Bear Island, separated by 2 continents and an ocean, about 9,000 kilometers. Danny lay on the map, measuring with a ruler little by little. If there are no major problems with Blackie's physical fitness, we can reach Bear Island in about 4 days, she said. 4 days. The 2 Kingsguard were shocked at first, then turned into ecstasy. Oh my god, the Megalosaurus is too strong, no wonder Valeglia can rule the world. Let's take a trip back to the Westeros before the Allied forces attack. Barristan said energetically. If we go to Volantis, or even Koor or Pentos, it's not a problem, but Westeros. Danny looked hesitant. Because of the sea route? Barristan asked. Danny walked to the northern wall of the pyramid. Under the warm morning sun, white sails dotted the blue sea. There were ships sailing along the coastline towards Astapor. There were also merchant ships carrying sugar, copper, liquor, olive oil, and other goods slowly leaving the dock. In the past, only a small number of ships came here to buy the immaculate, but now the port area's sea trade seemed to be the same as the city, as if it was reborn, with infinite vitality. Even if the Githas, United Nations, had been trying to block the sea trade at Slave Bay, under the deterrence of the Megalosaurus, their fleet did not dare to enter Slave Bay. If they did not enter Slave Bay, they would not be able to block the trade of Astapor, Yuan-Kai, and Myrene. The reason was simple, the United Nations could not stop the merchant ships leaving Slave Bay. First of all, they could not stop them. Slave Bay's estuary was very wide. To completely block it would require too many ships, the price was too high, and the Allied forces could not afford it. Secondly, what could they do if they blocked it? Most of the merchant ships coming to Astapor came from Volantis. With the introduction of sugar, high-concentration liquor, and other products into the world market, Queers also had merchants coming to Slave Bay to buy goods. Queers and Volantis were important members of the alliance. They could not rob their own merchant ships, right? As for the strict verbal warnings, for the sake of the slave trade, they dared to fight the dragon. For the sake of the goods in Slave Bay, why would the merchants who made huge profits not dare to fight their own government? But the premise of all this was that the Megalosaurus was in Slave Bay. Barristan thought that Danny was worried that the United Nations fleet would rush into Slave Bay if the Megalosaurus did not appear for a long time. After all, the Westeros were too far, a round trip would take half a month. It's not just because we need to protect the sea route, the Westeros are very special. Chapter 175. What's so special about Westeros? The 2 white knights looked at Danny curiously. Westeros had deviant ghosts, 3-eyed crows who could observe the timeline, and a group of real old gods. As long as Danny stepped into the range of Westeros, all of her words and actions would be under the Bran's surveillance. The future Bran, the current 3-eyed crow. However, she could not tell these reasons to the 2 Kingsguard. After I show up, Duke Tywin might. Sigh, Forget it. Even the faceless one is here. What am I worried about? Would Tywin be able to drag Westeros into joining the alliance? Dany shrugged and laughed as she let the matter slide. Just now, she suddenly understood. The news of the deviant ghost's appearance would spread to Slavers Bay sooner or later. When that time came, how could she stop the two White Knights from returning home? In other words, would she always avoid the deviant ghosts and Westeros? Impossible. Which one of you is going to the Westeros? Dany asked with a smile. Me. Me. The two of them looked at each other. Barristan spoke first. Sir Mormont, with your reputation in the Seven Kingdoms, don't you have any self-awareness? I. Cora's face turned red. He argued, I'm now a Kingsguard. The Kingsguard's glory came from the Queen, but they could not bring glory to the Queen. I can provide more help to the Queen, sir. Do you admit it? Whitebeard said calmly. Without a doubt, if they saw Barristan standing behind Dany in a white robe, 90% of the nobles in the Seven Kingdoms would look up to her. She could even get hundreds of people to respond to her call. Cora, on the other hand, had an extremely bad reputation. He could only bring negative influence to Dany. How about this? After all, this is the first time we're trying to fly a long distance. Let's check out the situation in the Seven Kingdoms first. We'll go to the north next time. Bear Island is really far. Dany looked at Mormont and said. It was about 6,000 kilometers from Slavers Bay to King's Landing, which was 3,000 kilometers less than Bear Island. Okay. Cora said unhappily. 3 days later, on a sunny morning, in the top garden of the Great Pyramid of Astapo. One of them had long and slender limbs, while the other was tall and muscular. The two strange-looking armored knights nimbly climbed onto the dragon's back. Well, a knight in medieval armor with a modern mountaineering bag. SSSS, two tall megalosaurus, one white and one black, spread their wings and leaped off the half-meter-thick granite wall, gliding towards the west. They flew all the way over the low mountains that were covered with shrubs and the long island strait. They arrived at the abandoned island that Dany had named herself Long Island. It was another strait that was 150 kilometers wide. Dany stared up at him. Deep green forests covered the sea cliffs, and the sky was shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Once the garden of the summer sea, the land of the long summer. The Megalosaurus glided at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour and arrived at the land of long summer in less than 3 hours. They set off at 7:00 in the morning, and it was about 10 o'clock now. It was the time when the sun was warm, and white clouds were passing by in the blue sky. Under the golden sunlight, the sea was sparkling with golden light. But the land in front of them seemed to be in another world. It was like a brightly colored island landscape photo was divided into two from the middle. The east side was a black and white photo that added a hazy effect, while the west side was a high-grade beautifying effect. Dany could not help but ask Little White to stop, and Dahe also slowed down and slowly approached. The land of long summer is so strange. Barristan lifted the woolen scarf on his helmet and shouted to Dany, Your Majesty, do you want to take a detour through the Dothraki Sea? The detour was thousands of kilometers longer. I'll try to cross it, Dany shouted and rode the white dragon into the sky. The sky was getting brighter and brighter, and the sun was dazzling. The cotton candy-like clouds above her head were scattered by her. Little Green rose 7,000 meters and reached a height of 10,000 meters. The sky in front was still shrouded in a thin layer of gray mist. What's going on? How can the haze be so high? Dany was confused. This world is so unscientific. She cursed and drove Little White to start descending. After more than half an hour, Dany saw Dahe gliding in circles on the sea again. We can't fly over it. The air would become thinner if they went up a little higher. Dany and the dragon could bear it. The oxygen content in the fire was less, but Barristan could not. If the old man fell off the dragon's back halfway due to lack of oxygen, then he would be the most useless imperial guard in history. Baristan saw that Danny did not want to take a detour, so he shouted, "I'll go in and have a look." Danny thought for a moment and let Dahe rush into the hazy gray mist with Whitebeard on its back. It was not that she deliberately let the old man explore the pit, but the key was that her resistance to all kinds of negative damage was obviously much higher than that of ordinary people. A giraffe could cross the river, but a pony could drown in the river. She let Whitebeard, the pony, try it on its own. If it could do it, it would leave. If it felt a little uncomfortable, it would leave immediately. Danny also entered the tightest dragon spirit state and carefully observed every fluctuation in Dahe's spiritual sense. There was a change. There was a slight fluctuation in the magnetic field perception, but the fluctuation was not big. Dahe did not lose its direction. Crisis perception flashed almost imperceptibly. What was this? Where did the danger come from? Danny was a little confused. Dahe's crisis perception often fluctuated. For example, on the battlefield, even if he flew more than 800 meters high in the sky, there was absolutely no arrow that could have such exaggerated attack power, but there would still be a relatively large vibration. The lower the flying height, the greater the vibration. What was magical was that if there were no archers or dragon crossbows below, even if he was hovering at a height of 10 meters, he would not feel the slightest vibration. Well, when he saw Danny with a dragon whip and a face full of anger, Dahe would also feel a sense of crisis, although most of the time, it was not the dragon that was being whipped. Dahe was a top student. Baristan stayed in the mist for 5 minutes. Danny called Dahe back and asked the White Knight, "Do you feel any discomfort?" As a top Grand Knight who had stepped into the third realm, he could know the slightest changes in his body like the back of his hand. He narrowed his eyes and sensed, then shook his head and said, "My limbs are strong, I'm not poisoned, I don't have any breathing abnormalities, my heartbeat rate is unchanged, and the mucous membranes in my eyes, mouth, and nostrils are not itchy, tingling, or other reactions. I'm probably fine." "Then let's try to rush over in one breath." "About an hour and a half," asked Danny. "If your Majesty is sure that the dragon won't get lost, we can try." Danny thought for a moment and took out a water bottle from her backpack. She wet the wool scarf outside her mask and wrapped it around her nose. Whitebeard followed suit. After that, Danny kept adjusting the altitude and carefully observed the mist above the continent from top to bottom. Damn it! The higher the altitude, the thicker the mist. "Newton, where are you? Come out and explain to this king." Starting from an altitude of 800 meters, the closer they were to the ground, the thicker the mist was. Danny flew back after descending to 500 meters. "Hold on tight, let's go." On the hills behind the sea cliff, there was a dark green forest. Behind it was an endless green plain. The brown earth was sparsely covered with clusters of green weeds. At an altitude of 800 meters, Dahe and Little Green were moving forward at the highest speed. Dahe almost shot up to 350 kilometers per hour like a cannonball. With a hissing sound, it pulled Little White away in a few breaths. After another 2 minutes, Danny couldn't even see Dahe's shadow. "Little White, why are you so weak?" Danny patted the white dragon's neck and laughed. "Squeak!" Little White screamed and flapped its wings harder. After flying for less than 10 minutes, Danny's face suddenly froze. A straight great path that was as sharp as a sword split the ochre wilderness into two. Dahe lowered its head and adjusted the focus of its eyes. The gray-white road enlarged in front of its eyes. Danny was in a trance for a moment. Did they encounter a national road? It was no less than 12 meters wide and a palm high above the ground. It was completely unaffected by the rain and snow, and the road was flat to the extreme. Was this a cement road? No, it wasn't a cement road. Danny had seen it in the memory of the original owner. On the Great Plains in the east of Pentos, the ancient Valeglia road. After more than 400 years, this Valeglia road was not damaged at all. Even the stone road high above the ground was not damaged. It was as immortal and solid as the steel sword of Valeglia. 400 years. No, more than 400 years. The Valeglia civilization had a history of 6,000 years. This spacious stone road should have existed for thousands of years, but it hadn't been maintained in the past 400 years. Maybe, it didn't need maintenance. Danny sighed again. Compared with the immortal buildings of thousands of years in this world, the real estate developers on the earth should be ashamed. Hey, is that a human? With 4 limbs on the ground and a tattered gray cloth wrapped around its waist, it was running on the stone road like an ape, chasing the fleeing elk in front of it. Was that a human? An elk? A human with dark red scales on its skin and 7 or 8 uneven bone spurs on its back. But it had clothes, although it was just a piece of rags. An elk. Maybe it wasn't an elk at all. How could there be an elk with half a face on its butt? And it was bloody all over, as if it had just been skinned, but it was not slow at all, but it did have antlers like branches. Blackie was very fast. The scene in her vision flashed by, and Danny didn't see what happened next. But she wanted to know. So Blackie slowed down and slowly circled around. But when they returned to the original place, they couldn't find the 2 monsters anymore. Why did you stop? This is Valerian Avenue, Baristan explained when he saw Danny peering down from the sky. I know, I've seen this stone road in the Pentos Plains. Danny replied absent-mindedly. Let's go south along the stone road. Danny let the 2 dragons change direction and explained to the White Knight, I think I saw a person just now. Are you mistaken? As we all know, there are no villages in the land of long summer, only demons. How can you be mistaken? That person had rags wrapped around his waist, which means he has a sense of shame and reason. Danny shouted casually. She then asked Blackie to speed up and fly towards the south along the straight path. But soon she had the intention to retreat, because the further south they flew, the thicker the grayish-black haze, and the more frequent the warning in Blackie's sea of consciousness was. While hesitating, she let Blackie and Little White increase the altitude, because 800 meters was no longer the area where the gray haze was thin. Village. After more than half an hour of hesitation, Danny, who was in the dragon spirit state, suddenly heard Baristan's exclamation. Under the gray and gloomy sky, a pale stream flowed through the mottled fields. Beside the stream, there were 7 or 8 low gray huts that formed a small village, and more than a dozen vague hunched figures were moving around the stream. There really are people. Baristan was shocked. Obviously, only humans could build wooden huts. At the same time, Dahe began to change its direction. It left the straight stone path and flew toward the southeast. They were indeed humans. Some people were fishing by the stream, some were washing something, some were drying clothes in the open space, some were carrying prey back from outside the village, some, although the village was small, it was full of vitality. But when Blackie adjusted the focus to let Danny see the faces of the people in the village, she was so scared that her tone changed. Go, leave this place immediately. Chapter 176. There was a bald woman with 2 faces squeezed onto her narrow head, a man with 2 heads, one big and one small, a 3-legged hunchback child, a girl with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes, and her nose pointed to the sky. Even the wild boar that was captured had protruding lips, like a crocodile that had been run over by a car. Go, leave this place immediately. Before Whitey could fly to the village, Danny's face was distorted as she urged him to turn east. Damn it, isn't this a magical world? Why is there nuclear radiation? She cursed loudly, venting her crazy emotions. Danny suddenly looked up and realized that the dust in the sky was all radioactive dust. No wonder it hadn't disappeared for hundreds of years. Are the people of Valeglia so awesome that they even built a nuclear power plant? Or was it because the aliens invaded, the technological civilization fought the Dragon Knights, and the people of Valeglia were neutralized? Dani's head was filled with question marks, but at the same time, she was also very curious. What secret was Valeglia hiding? What's going on? Your Majesty, why did you suddenly turn around and leave? About 20 minutes later, Blackie met up with Dani at the Bay of Sorrows. We'll talk about it when we get back. We're not going to the Westeros anymore. Sigh, let's go back and change first. No, throw away the backpack, scarf, and cloak immediately. As she spoke, she sat up on the dragon's back, took off the hiking bag sewn with blue canvas, and took off the wool scarf covering her face. Finally, she took off all the parts that could be taken off, such as the helmet, lobster gauntlets, and skirt armor, and threw them into the sea. Although Barristan didn't understand what she meant, he could only follow suit under the queen's repeated urging. As he took off his clothes, he muttered, "Fortunately, that guy didn't lend me the Valeglia steel armor." Before leaving, Whitebeard had tried to borrow armor from Cora. Wearing the Valeglia steel armor will protect the queen better, the old knight said righteously. Although Cora had never heard of the story of Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou, he knew that the old man had been eyeing his armor for a long time. This armor is too eye-catching. It will expose the queen's identity, he refused. Screech, SSSS, the afternoon sun was blocked by two shadows. Jorah Mormont supported his forehead with his right hand and shouted to the sky, "Your Majesty, why are you back in less than a day? Could it be that you saw the allied army marching towards Slave Bay? Help us take off our armor and put on deerskin gloves," Dani said to Unsullied. After Dahe carried the cloth bag with the armor and gloves to the North Sea, Dani looked at Little White again. Although she did not find any obvious dust, she still said to Ellie, "Tell Quayo's Megalosaurus guards to wait for me at the dock. Well, prepare cotton jackets, gloves, boots, masks and hats for them." After that, she rode on Little Green and brought Little White and Big Black to the beach. She let dozens of tightly wrapped centaurs wash the two dragons with sand. Even his armpits were not spared. It was not until the red sun set in the west that she returned to the Great Pyramid with the three dragons. "What's going on?" Barristan and Mormont asked in confusion. Dani's expression became very strange. There was surprise, fear, and a little relief, but more than that, she was at a loss and did not know what to do. "The land of long summer is cursed," she exhaled and said slowly. After calming down, Dani began to doubt her previous speculation. Aliens versus otherworld magicians? It was too ridiculous. As for nuclear power plants, nuclear pollution could not have spread so far. The Fukushima nuclear accident was only 60,000 square kilometers. The entire land of long summer must be more than 1,000,000 square kilometers. How many Fukushima were there? And it had been 400 years. The wind should have blown the dust away. Hey, Slave Bay and Volantis are just next to the land of long summer. Why is it not affected at all? Dani had another question in her mind. If it was really nuclear radiation, the dust should have spread in all directions. But only the land of long summer was cursed. Away from the coast, even the Bay of Sorrows, which was a few hundred meters away, was not affected at all. Everyone knows that Valeglia is cursed. Not a single blade of grass grows there, and there are no livestock, the fat eunuch Beworth mumbled. But we did see someone, probably in the direction of Orlos, Barristan said with a frown. Beworth widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Is there really someone in Orlos?" Although the land of long summer where Valeglia was located was 600 kilometers wide and 1,500 kilometers long, it was still considered a peninsula on the summer sea. There were a few active volcanoes near the center of the peninsula. Together with the volcanoes surrounding the capital of Valeglia in the south, they formed the 14 Fire Peaks. During the Great Cataclysm, the 14 volcanoes erupted at the same time. The Valeglia civilization was instantly reduced to ashes, and even the long summer peninsula was broken into 4 large pieces. The upper half of the long summer was relatively intact, and in the middle was a chain of islands that were as small as beans the Smoke Sea. The complete continent below was split into 3 large islands along the traces of the 14 fire peaks. The island with the most exploration value was naturally Valeglia Island in the middle. However, in the past few hundred years, other than Yuluen, no ships that passed through the Smoke Sea returned. Some explorers thought, even if I can't eat meat, I can still drink soup. Thus, many explorers began to enter the long summer through the ancient Valeglia Highway. They hoped to find the cities of Valeglia that had been destroyed during the Great Cataclysm. For example, Materis and Orlos. Looking at the prosperous Volantis, one could imagine how wealthy Valeglia cities were. However, the explorers encountered countless terrifying monsters in Materis, and less than 10% of them returned alive. The explorers who entered the depths of the long summer had it even worse. Only a few of them who had gone mad returned alive to Volantis. The madman revealed that there were still survivors in Orlos. However, very few people believed this rumor, because too many people died while exploring the long summer. Even though there was water and food, and the temperature was within an acceptable range, no matter how strong a person was, they would still mysteriously lose their life. Coughing up blood, vomiting, skin ulcers, nose, ears, tongue, eyes, and other organs rotting and falling off, even if one was cursed by all the sorcerer-related curses in the mortal world, it was still not as good as taking a stroll in the long summer. Gradually, even the Valyrian roads were filled with monsters of terrifying shapes and sizes. The sorcerers who were sent by Volantis to investigate almost broke down. The Valeglia people had opened the gates of hell, and demons and ghosts were crawling out from the Valeglia highway. After a few hundred years, people realized that the monsters in Materis were just freaks that were born with deformities. They did not eat humans. Well, there were people who were eaten by those deformities, but they were still mortals who did not possess any demonic powers. Even so, the Golden Highway, that once connected Slavers Bay and Volantis had become the demonic highway that everyone feared. Even Dany did not think of stepping onto the ancient Valeglia highway to conquer the neighboring Materis. Well, Materis was not far from Slavers Bay. Sigh, so this is what the so-called demons are all about. But where did the nuclear radiation come from? Or is it really nuclear radiation? Dany sighed and sympathized with the residents of Valeglia in the long summer. They might as well have died in the cataclysm. You mean, the people in that village are not humans, but demons? Barristan was shocked. At that time, Blackie was flying at a height of more than 1,000 meters, and human vision could only see the huts and figures on the ground. They could not adjust the focal length like the Megalosaurus and see the detailed appearance of the figures. Something like that. I wonder if they have preserved the legacy of their civilization. Dany pondered and said. Are we still going to the Westeros? Jorah Mormont frowned. Go to the warehouse and get some lead ingots. I want to make a set of fully enclosed lead armor. Dany ordered Ellie. Astapor had lead. Like the ancient Romans, the Guises built the pyramid water system with lead pipes. After Dany took over the city, she melted all the lead pipes into lead ingots and stored them. Well, although lead pipes could last for thousands of years, lead itself was harmful to the human body. Are you going to explore the long summer? Barristan was surprised. Let's put aside the Westeros for now. I want to figure out a few things. The curse, as long as the dragon is fine, I won't be cursed. In Blackie's spiritual sense, the cursed fog suspected of radioactive substances was not a big threat to him, unless even the Megalosaurus' spiritual sense was blinded. Lead was very soft, and 2 sets of fully enclosed plate armor were made in 2 days. Even the eyes were inlaid with a crystal lens. The silver light shone like 2 cans. In addition to the lead armor, Dany also asked the textile workers in the city to help sew 2 sets of gold underwear and 2 sets of gold cloaks. Weren't the radiation suits on Tabal woven with metal fibers? At first, Dany didn't plan to take Whitebeard with her, but the 3 white knights and her blood guards dissuaded her. Barristan himself also said bluntly, for the safety of the queen, I don't care about my own life. On the morning of the third day, the two people and the two dragons came to the village near Valeglia Avenue again. This time, Dany deliberately brought the Dragon King identity card that was excavated in the Red Wasteland. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but after wearing the medieval DIY version of the nuclear suit, she felt much lighter. It seemed that she was not afraid of a magic nuclear power plant leak. I suggest that we move forward, Barristan said with a solemn expression. None of them are normal. I'm worried that not only will you not get the information you want, but you won't even be able to communicate with them. He had a pair of binoculars around his neck, and he could see the people and houses on the ground at a height of 1,000 meters. None of them looked human. Dany thought about it and agreed with him. As long as the population was large, there would always be two mutants that were not cursed. The village was too small, and the population base was not enough to give birth to mutants. So, the two dragons continued south along Valeglia Avenue. Half an hour later, she breathed a sigh of relief. The previous village was not an exception. Along the way, she found more than a dozen scattered Changxia demons, and 3 slightly larger villages. Finally, after flying for almost an hour, a small town made up of more than 200 families appeared by the stone road. Even the bright sun could not penetrate the thick haze. Under the pale afternoon sky, a dark lake lay quietly 5 kilometers east of Valeglia Avenue. Between the black lake and the gray stone road, hundreds of mud brick thatched huts that formed the word Hui were neatly arranged. More importantly, in the center of Hui City, there was a 4-meter-high circular red clay platform. On it, there was a stone sculpture of Valeglia's Dragon King. The carving was simple, but it could be seen that it was a Valeglia man riding a dragon. It was obvious that the people here were intelligent and could communicate. Sir, I'll go down and fly around first, Dany shouted to Whitebeard and patted Whitey. Screech, the coarse roar of a megalosaurus sounded above the town. The strong wind caused by the flapping of its wings made the thatched roofs rustle, and light red dust rose from the red clay streets. The demons walking on the streets stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. They were so shocked that they opened their deformed and ugly mouths. As if a pause button had been pressed, the town below was imprinted into an old black and white photo. Dragon. An old man with a hardwood staff broke the silence with the advanced Valeglia language. Dragon King. Our Lord Balerion has appeared. The Dragon King has broken the curse. If a pencil drawing was drawn for each person, then the old man's portrait would be forcefully wiped between his nose and mouth with an eraser. Dragon King. Dragon King. Hundreds of demons walked out of the mud huts like ghosts and joined the crowd on the street. They knelt on the ground and shouted loudly for the Dragon King. So obedient? Dany had a plan in mind. She called Blackie, and the two dragons circled and landed on the mud square in the center of the town. Chapter 177. Thud thud. 2 dull thuds were heard. 2 shining knights in silver armor and golden cloaks jumped onto the brown ground, causing a choking cloud of dust to rise. All the devils were squeezed at the edge of the dirt square, cowering on the ground. Who is the mayor? Priest? Dany took a step forward and asked in a clear voice. After a year of commanding loudly on the battlefield and countless great speeches, her voice had been trained. I am the priest of Blackwater Town. May I know which family you are from, Dragon King? The old man who spoke first carefully got up and did not stop when he was 5 meters away from Dany. It was as if he was afraid of scaring the visitor, or was he afraid of the 2 dragons that were spewing white smoke from their nostrils? Dany did not answer his question. Instead, she asked in standard Valeglia, are you the survivors of Valeglia? We do have the blood of Valeglia's nobles, but now. Touching his twisted nose and mouth, the old man lowered his head sadly. Dany Liz Targaryen. I am a Targaryen, Danny said. Targaryen? The old man's blue eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. The Targaryen that moved out of Valeglia with his family on the eve of the Great Calamity, the descendant of Enar Targaryen, Danny reminded a little awkwardly. The Targaryens were powerful in the Westeros and were known as the noblest royal family. But in Valeglia, they did not even have the qualifications to approach the center of power. Their bloodline was even worse than most of the Volantis nobles. Although those fellows did not have dragons, they belonged to the side branches of the 14 Fire Peak families. I'm sorry, I'm too old. The old man with a ghost face was also embarrassed. He took a few steps back and gave a few instructions to a young man with 3 arms beside him. That person quickly ran to a 2-story building opposite the square. After awkwardly looking at the hundreds of strange deformed people for a while, the young man with an extra arm under his ribs ran over with a stack of yellowed goatskin scrolls. The old man with a ghost face flipped through the goatskin scrolls for a while before he realized, so it's the exile Anar. Danny, the ancestor, didn't exile herself to avoid the trial of the court. Dream Lady Danny predicted the destruction of Valeglia in her dream. Obviously, she was right. She said. That's true. The old shaman put away the scroll and sighed. Valeglia was destroyed in the cataclysm, and only Targaryen has survived to this day. What a pity, what a pity. What's a pity? Danny asked curiously. Unfortunately, you are not the one we are waiting for, the old man said. Who are you? Who are you waiting for? All the cursed people of Valeglia in the land of long summer are waiting for a noble dragon king who can break their cage. Danny did not like to hear this. She was not noble enough. And do you think there are many dragons in the world? Why can't I? What's a cage? I remember that you can freely enter and exit the land of eternal summer. Ghost-face old man observed her expression and explained, Lord Dragon King, this old man did not mean to insult you. In fact, as a Dragon King, even in the era of Valeglia, you are one of the most respected people. But the bloodline of the Targaryen family is not pure enough, not noble enough. Sigh, I don't know how to explain it. Why don't you go to Orlos and look for the High Priestess? She will be happy to see you and your dragon. She will also tell you about the cage. Orlos still exists? Barristan asked for the first time. Ghost-face old man looked at the majestic black dragon behind him and asked, Lord Dragon King, are you also from the Targaryen family? Before White Knight could say anything, Danny said ambiguously, he is my family's knight. Sigh, you Targaryens are really prosperous. The old man sighed with a complicated expression and explained, Orlos was very close to the first peak, but he was lucky enough to survive. In the past few hundred years, You have seen how we are. It was all caused by the curse. In order to break the curse, the High Priestess thought of a method. Based on the degree of the curse on the newborn babies, the Targaryens would be scattered to different places outside the city. At this point, he waved at a woman with 2 heads behind him. Lord. After the woman walked out of the crowd, Danny realized that she was carrying a baby. The old man removed the brown animal skin covering the baby, revealing a fat white boy who was kicking his legs. No, it was a girl. The middle one was not a chirp, but a flesh-colored tail. The lesser the degree of the curse, the closer they will be to Orlos in the future. A smile appeared on the old man's horribly ugly face. He, little Na only has a small tail, so she can live in Orlos. Her child might be able to break free from the curse. Danny fell into deep thought. She now understood where the demons came from. They were the most deformed freaks that were chased out of the villages. What is the state of Madaris? They can still communicate freely with the outside world, but Orlos is very isolated. Madaris? I'm not sure. Danny then asked a few more questions related to the Great Calamity. The High Priestess stuttered as she flipped through the sheepskin scrolls. Most of the time, she would simply say, I don't know. Dany was somewhat disappointed to find that this old man's knowledge was so shallow. She left behind 10 cans of white sugar and 2 bags of eastern spices and left with the old man thanking her profusely. The straight stone path between Orlos and Materys was too obvious. Materys was to the north, while Orlos was to the south. Even a blind person would not get lost. After passing through 4 or 5 villages, a dark city suddenly appeared on the plains. The towering sky-reaching tower stood out among the other stone buildings. It belonged to Valeglia's Dragon King, and the Megalosaurus could directly land on the top platform of the sky-reaching tower. Just like Valeglia, Orlos had no city walls. The black stone towers, warehouses, streets, gardens, plazas, and so on were spread out in all directions. It was full of vitality and domineering aura. There were still some remnants of the domineering aura, but not much vitality. Most of the buildings in the city, which was more than 10 kilometers in diameter, were in ruins. The streets were in a mess, and the corners were filled with rocks, feces, and bones of unknown animals. The walls of the tall towers were peeling and ugly. The fountains, which had once provided the citizens with cool air during the hot summer days, had dried up. The spouts were rusty, and the pipes were blocked with mud. The lively city gardens had lost all color, leaving only grayish-green weeds. Occasionally, there would be goats with missing noses, ears, or an extra nostril or head chewing on the grass. A few gray-clothed freaks drove an ox cart past the city hall. The wheels of the cart creaked, echoing hollowly in the plaza that was more than 50,000 square meters wide. This was a ghost city that had been buried for 400 years. Although the citizens in the city had very little abnormalities. Greet the people of Orlos. Hiss, hiss, a dragon's roar that was as rough as glass rang out from the center of the city. From time to time, small dragon flames would spurt out of its nostrils. A dragon? Megalosaurus, it's really a Megalosaurus. A Megalosaurus is here. The Dragon King is here. In less than 10 minutes, the city below was all ready. It wasn't exactly bustling. Compared to the enormous city of Orlos, there were far too few citizens on the streets, balconies, plazas, and rooftops. Dany even suspected that there weren't 5,000 people here. Bam, 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 about 15 minutes later, 14 tallow torches as thick as an arm lit up at the top of the 150-meter-tall sky tower. This was a signal, an invitation to welcome the arrival of the Dragon King. Dany even saw a few black-cloaked figures standing in the center of the rooftop. Behind their black silk cloaks, there was a picture of 14 fiery peaks embroidered with golden thread. A group of dragons was flying above the fiery peaks. Let's go and meet that high priest. She called out and brought the 2 dragons down. Whoosh, 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 2 dragons, one white and one black, flapped their wings, creating a strong wind that caused the cloaked figure's clothes to flutter. Welcome, Your Majesty's Dragon King. A clear and melodious female voice came from the cloaked figure in the middle. This was a young girl. Thump, thump. Iron boots landed on the ground with a dull thud. Dany took off her barrel-shaped helmet, revealing a head of silver blonde hair and an exquisite face with violet eyes. She really is a Valeglia Dragon King. Everyone in Orlos thought at the same time. I'm a descendant of Inar Targaryen, Dany Rise. Dany then pointed at the tall iron can behind her. He's my guardian knight, Barristan. So you're a Westeros princess. The girl took off her hood, revealing a beautiful face that wasn't inferior to Dany's. Even the dim sky seemed to brighten up. I'm the city lord of Orlos, and also the high priest, Jenny Bellerus. Her silvery hair was draped over her shoulders, and a dragon-shaped red crystal hairpin secured her long bangs behind her head, revealing her full and smooth forehead. This girl seemed to be flawless. Dany looked at the girl with admiration, then smiled and bowed. I didn't expect the high priest to be a Bellerus. My apologies. Barristan was shocked by her actions, but he quickly followed the Queen's knight's salute. The Queen of Slave Bay had to salute Belarus as well, because Belarus was the leader of the first peak, the true royal family of Valeglia. It was just like meeting Liu Bei during the Three Kingdoms period. No matter what Cao Cao and Yuan Shao thought, they had to give him the basic courtesy. High Priest, you know that the Targaryens have united the Westeros. Did outsiders come here? Dany asked curiously. Yes, we have contact with Mataris in the north. I see. Dany sighed. The Targaryen dynasty has been destroyed for almost 16 years. The ruler of the Westeros is someone else. I know. But you have dragons, unsullied, and countless soldiers willing to fight for you. Sooner or later, you will take back the Iron Throne that belongs to you. Jenny smiled. Dany's heart sank. It seemed that she had guessed wrong. Orlos was not a sealed city at all. This was going to be troublesome. Not everyone was a noble of Valeglia and could live in harmony with each other. Of the people who were clamoring to kill the evil mother of dragons, more than 30% had the blood of the noble Valeglia Dragon King. The other 40% were mixed bloods, but their ancestors were the most orthodox nobles of Valeglia. The remaining 30% belonged to the merchants, lords, and foreign kings who had risen to power in the past 400 years. Orlos might be like Mataris and Volantis, but he did not feel close to her, the only Dragon King. He even hated her, the rule-breaker. Chapter 178. The atmosphere became heavy due to Dany's change in mood. High Priestess Jenny seemed to be wise beyond her age. She seemed to have seen through her worries and said with a smile, Orlos welcomes the arrival of the Dragon Queen very much. Your miraculous feat of bringing dragons back to life made His Majesty Balerion very happy. He even prophesied that you would become the only king of the world and break the cage that imprisoned Valeglia. However, not only did Jenny's words not dispel Dany's doubts, they instead made her even more cautious. High Priestess, you can communicate with His Majesty Balerion. But I heard that the Great Calamity destroyed everything, she said in surprise. Yep, she didn't reveal any negative emotions. Instead, she vaguely revealed some joy. The true gods are eternal. Jenny said with a serious expression. The true gods are eternal, the few old priestesses behind her said together. What true gods? Do you think I don't know the bottom line of the gods of Valeglia? I'm afraid that Faith Spirit's situation is even worse than the Undying. True gods will never be destroyed. Dany nodded in agreement with a solemn expression. Then, before the High Priestess could invite her to meet Balerion, she said, High Priestess Balerion, I'll be honest with you. I had no choice but to come to Orlos this time. Defeating the Gith Alliance is just the beginning. The trading city is building an alliance army. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, hundreds of thousands of ships. I need Valeglia's secret arts, magic that can make my 4 dragons obedient. Valeglia is also a slave city. The Targaryen ancestors also enslaved countless inferior races. Why do you have to free the slaves? Jenny asked. Because I can't bear to see slaves being whipped, enslaved, mocked, and treated like lowly bugs. When I cut off the slave master's neck with my 2-handed greatsword, the blood gushing out from his neck splashed onto my face. What I smelled was not the stench of blood, but the fragrance of vengeance. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction and joy rose in my heart, as if the whole world had been cleansed, Dany said honestly. In her previous life, she had also eaten chicken dinner, but it was completely incomparable to personally leading thousands of troops to break through enemy lines. She had heard countless people say that killing someone for the first time would be very uncomfortable, even to the point of vomiting. However, Dany had completed first blood, single kill, godlike, holy shit, and even 100 kills in a days. The whole process was hearty and exciting, as if she was a born demon. High Priestess Jenny could no longer maintain her pure and holy expression. Her face was almost twisted as she said, Dany Lizzie, you are really unbelievable. Fortunately, the high priestess did not swear. The old priests behind her breathed a sigh of relief. High priestess, is there any secret dragon controlling technique similar to the dragon's horn? Danny asked directly. She decided to throw caution to the wind. She did not care what the other party thought of her, nor did she want to waste too much time in this cursed land. You know about the dragon's horn? A gray-haired old man behind Jenny asked in surprise. The old man was the same as Jenny. His skin was smooth and clean, and his facial features were well defined. He was an old handsome man, and one could not see any flaws in his body from his appearance. You don't know about Yuluan? Danny was even more surprised. She then told them about Yuluan's exploration of Traya. That should be the horn of the second Fire Peak's Vargas family. At that time, the heir of the second Fire Peak, Tyran Vargas, was the city lord of Traya. I did not expect him to bring the family's treasure out of the family's land. Jenny muttered. Could it be that the dragon's horn is very rare? There are only 3 great horns in this world, the Dragon Binder, the Dragon Slayer, and the Belarus family's Dragon Slayer. There are countless inferior imitations, but their effects are far inferior to the 3 royal families' heirloom treasures, Jenny said proudly. Hee, didn't that ghost Dragon Binder get destroyed by us? The Dragon Binder can control my dragon. What are the effects of the Dragon Prisoner and the Dragon Slayer? Jenny hesitated for a moment, then explained softly, all 3 great horns can control dragons. The Dragon Prisoner can punish disobedient Megalosaurus with the sound of the horn, and the Dragon Slayer can kill disobedient evil dragons and wild dragons with the sound of the horn. Killing dragons by blowing the horn. Oh my god, how powerful is the dragon's soul in the Dragon Slayer's horn? Are the Dragon Slayer and the Dragon Prisoner still around? Danny asked. They were destroyed in the cataclysm along with the 14 Fire Peaks. Jenny said sadly. What exactly is the cataclysm? Why don't we go to the temple? Jenny looked at Danny expectantly. Danny Liz, you are a Valeglia citizen, and you even hatched a true dragon from a stone egg. This shows that your bloodline is still pure. Why don't you return to the faith of your ancestors? His Majesty Balerion has real power, and it is far more real than the 7 gods. For Danny, faith was not about whether the gods were real or not, but whether their teachings were meaningful to humans. She thought for a moment and said, I've read the 7 Stars Bible, but I don't know any of Balerion's teachings. How can I become a follower of His Majesty? In a world where there were true gods, ignoring religious beliefs was undoubtedly extremely stupid. Danny planned to promote a new Church of the 7 Gods that matched her values in Slave Bay. The 7 Stars Bible was the classic teachings of the Church of the 7 Gods, and the principles and stories in it were still somewhat positive. Danny planned to revise the original version. Yep, it was just like how the Confucians after the Han Dynasty used the classics of Confucius and Mencius. They used the name of Confucius to say their own words and created a set of Queen Danny's version of the new 7 Stars Bible. Anyway, no 7 gods would come down to punish her, because there were no 7 gods in this world. The Orlos Grand Cathedral is in the south of the city. Why don't you come with me and live there for a while? I'll explain to you about the sacred teachings of ancient Valeglia, and part of the Grand Wizard's legacy there. Jenny smiled sweetly, and her sky-blue eyes were like crescent moons. Her head was slightly tilted, and she looked extremely cute. Danny hesitated. If the other party had not revealed that Balerion was still alive, she would have gone to the Holy Cathedral without the temptation of the legacy, because it was basic etiquette to follow the Grand Priest to the Holy Cathedral to worship the ancestors, but Balerion was not completely dead. In Queers, the Immortal had let her see a fragment of the River of Time. The Grand Wizard had once disdainfully said that compared to the 3 demigods of Valeglia, the Immortal was trash. And the reason why she could defeat the Immortal was 20% due to her strong will, and 80% due to Blackie. The dragon could protect the Dragon King from witchcraft, but Balerion was the god of the Dragon King and the Megalosaurus, a demigod. How effective would the Megalosaurus be on Balerion? At the same time, Danny had seen the power of the great wizards in the River of Time. They could communicate with the glass candles of the free cities of Valyria all over the world through their own consciousness, and they could even see themselves after 400 years. How powerful would his legacy be? If she could learn a move or two, would she be able to cultivate both magic and martial arts, and be invincible? Previously, she had used an incomplete soul strike to defeat the legendary strongest assassin, Faceless. Although she had to sacrifice 800 of her own to kill 1,000 enemies, the power of witchcraft was not to be underestimated. She had also been proven that she had the qualifications to wield such power. It was too tempting. Why would there be a Grand Wizard's legacy here? Danny asked suspiciously. The territories under the rule of ancient Valeglia were divided into two types, the direct cities and the colonies. Orlos, Tria, and Materis in the land of long summer were all direct cities, you know that, right? Danny nodded. I wasn't too sure before, but it's easy to understand. The land of long summer was the main camp of Valeglia. The colonies were managed by the collateral bloodline of the 14 Fire Peak families, while the direct cities were ruled by the direct descendant of the Dragon King himself. But I've never heard of any other Targaryen in Volantis and the other cities. Danny was puzzled. A proud look flashed across Jenny's face, and she said calmly, the 14 Fire Peaks have 14 great noble families, even if each family has 2 colonial cities. Think about it, is this world enough to divide? Currently, there were 9 free trade cities in the continent of Ursos, 4 cities of Gith, and 1 city of Kuz. It seemed that it was not enough to divide. Even the top nobles did not have enough to eat. How much meat could the small Targaryens get? Well, only a small Dragonstone island. What does this have to do with the legacy of the Grand Wizard? Every direct city's Templar has part of the legacy of the Grand Wizard, because the Templar and the city itself are managed by the direct bloodline of the 14 Fire Peak families, and the Grand Wizard can only come from the 14 Fire Peak families. Danny smiled bitterly and shook her head. She did not expect Valeglia's hierarchy to be so strict that it did not give others a chance to advance. For example, the virgin girl, Dreamwalker Danny C. It was obvious that even though she did not have the talent of a dragon mother, she was definitely a dragon spirit, and had the potential to become a Grand Wizard. However, Danny C did not have much status in Valeglia, and was not focused on as a wizard. She was exiled along with the Targaryen family. An exception is being made now. Danny could not help but have a hint of mockery in her tone. The young female high priestess looked deeply at Danny, and asked, why didn't the Targaryens divide Valerian into a single dragon? A single sentence left Danny speechless. Valerian could also control dragons, but before the dance of the blood dragons, the Targaryens would rather have the 3 extra dragons become wild dragons than have the little brother next door help share the burden. Is it far? Danny looked towards the south. It was as if the god of night had been stabbed with a knife, and blood was spilling from the sky. The depths of the sky were dark red, as if something ominous was hidden. Even from 2 to 3 kilometers away, one could see steam rising from the surface of the sea, like a Titan's fish tank. Waves of heat and the sulfuric sea breeze swept past Orlos. That was the Smoke Sea, a dangerous place that had devoured countless exploration fleets. A black tower at the edge of the city attracted Danny's attention. Against the dark gray of the ancient city, the bright golden pattern on the tower was exceptionally eye-catching. The 50-meter-tall tower had an ancient Valeglia god engraved in gold, Balerion. That's the Templar. Danny pointed at the black tower and asked. Yes, perhaps you can gain His Majesty's favor. Best not. How are we going to get there? Danny asked. She had to admit that she was tempted by the Great Wizard's legacy. As for Balerion, she was hopeful. Balerion's main body was definitely in Valeglia. Orlos was 500 kilometers away from Valeglia, with the city of Tria in between. The city ruins that Uluan had once explored were in Tria. If Balerion couldn't even find Yuluen, there was no reason for him to harm her, right? Even the Undying Ones had to lure her into the Undying Hall before they could cast their spells. They wouldn't be able to affect her even if they were a few streets away. Balerion might be stronger than the Undying Ones, but he had been hit by a great destruction spell. Danny thought and looked forward to it. You can ride a dragon over, or you can walk over with me, Jenny Balerion said. Let's walk over. No matter how much she feared the High Priestess and the city, before a real threat descended, Danny still had to follow basic etiquette.